seconds and counting. We are still forward to the final 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts reported clear score, 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. Last 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Good morning and welcome to Italy and the 2025 edition of Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. What a beautiful morning we have out here today. I'm Matt Lieto here with Didi Griesbauer. Man, not a bad day for triathlon.
Not a bad day at all. Of course, Matt, this is the 5th stop in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. It's the third 70.3 event of the series, and it's our first European stop of the tour.
Yeah, I know the Europeans are pretty excited. We've kind of had a lot of attention in North America recently, and obviously South Africa and Australia early in the year. And it's time for Europe to shine, and some of the best stars in the sport that reside in Europe and elsewhere, obviously, are down here in Venice-Jesolo.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. We've got some familiar faces and names. We've got the 2023 defending 70.3 world champion Rico Bogan in the men's field, but some new names as well coming up from who raced in the Olympics and moving up in distance.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a bunch of different athletes here. We've got this great overhead shot. We're going to go down to our pro introductions, and the man you spoke of, Rico Bogan, he's planning to fire a shot here today at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo, as you said, champion of the world in 2023 in Lahti, Finland at the 70.3 World Championships. Rico Bogan, and that same race, kind of a breakthrough race over the 70.3 distance as well, as Jan Stratman. He was 3rd place at that race, 1st at Ironman Calais Barcelona, 5th place Ironman 70.3 Zell C Capron. And then we got Leonard Arnold, first Pro Series race of the year. This guy is a super talented athlete, 2nd at 70.3 Talon European Championships last year, as well as a win at Ironman 70.3 Switzerland and 4th Ironman South Africa. And then the local favorite, hometown hero, Alessandro Fabian, 2022 Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo champion. So defending champ because they didn't have a pro race last year. He's here looking forward to defend that title, Didi, and the big athletes keep coming. We've got bib number 5, Pierre Lacour from France. He was 3rd in 2023 Ironman 70.3 Les Sables, won it in 2022, but this guy 4th at the Olympics and a 29:29 PR for 10K. That doesn't even register for me. I didn't know you could have a 2 as the first number in your result. And then bib number 6, Jonas Schoenberg had a great race at South Africa earlier this year, 3rd place, and he's one to watch. He's got a thumb, 2 fingers. He's stoked. He's excited to race here today. But no, that guy's super talented, and he went out for that race in South Africa just for a training day and ended up 3rd place, getting a spot to World Championships. And then Panagotis Patatos from Greece, 1st place 2024 Ironman 70.3 Talon Euro Championship. This guy can absolutely run. Super talented athlete. And man, this race has a bunch of talented men on the start line, and no doubt with the Pro Series up for grabs, they're all going to show up. And then he's got little tiger hands this morning. Anthony Costas, he's ready to go. One of the fastest swimmers and cyclists in most fields, but the fields keep getting faster. So Anthony Costas having more trouble getting to the front than he used to, but no doubt he's going to try to get there today on this very, very fast course. And then bib number 10, Sam Dickinson from United Kingdom. Commonwealth gold medalist and 16-time medalist of World Triathlon races, and first place at 2024 Ironman 70.3, Emilia Romagna, so watch out for him. Another one of our pre-race favorites. And then bib number 11, Emil Holm from Denmark, first 2024 Ironman 70.3 Poznan. So he is another athlete to watch. And man, so many champions on the start line, Didi. It's hard to pick a favorite with this deep of a field.
It really is. And again, what I said, I'll say it again. You know, we've got some familiar names. We've got, you know, Rico Bogan in the field, Jan Stratman. These are Anthony Costas, who's been around for quite a while. But we've got these new names. Pierre Lecour has raced only 170.3 to my knowledge in his background. You know, Panagiotis Batados, another guy who doesn't have a whole lot of 70.3 race experience, but boy, he brings a lot of speed to the table, doesn't he? Oh,
no, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, you know, on a fast course like this, it's hard to think it's not going to come down to the run.
And let's take a look at our top 10 women, of course, wearing bib number 1 out of Germany. This is Anne Reichman. She won Ironman South Africa just about a month ago. She's currently tied for second place in the Ironman Pro Series. Wearing bib number 2 out of Norway, it's Solveig Lovseth. She was 13th at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Topau. And she was third at the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Tallinn European Championship. Wearing bib number 4, she was third at Ironman South Africa just last month out of Denmark. This is Katrine Graspol Christensen. Next in our professional women's lineup, she's from France. She wears bib number 6 today. Her name is Emily Morier. In 2023, she started competing at the 70.3 circuit and finished 6th in 2024 at the 70.3 in Les Sables. Wearing bib number 9 today out of Germany. Boy, talk about the fast runners. She won at 70.3 Valencia just 1 week ago. This is Daniela Kleiser from Germany. And one of the veterans in our women's field, she's wearing bib number 10 from Denmark. This is Maja Stea Nielsen. She was 5th at Ironman South Africa last month, and in 2025, she finished 12th overall in the Ironman points standings. And wearing bib number 11, also from France, this is Julie Imolo. She's a young up-and-comer. She was 4th at 2024 Ironman Cozumel. She comes from a very strong swimming background, Matt, so we'll see her, no doubt, at the front of this Roca swim course. And wearing bib number 13 from the Netherlands, it's Didi Dietrichs. She was 7th at the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Poznan, and in 2024, she finished 2nd at Ironman South Africa. And wearing bib number 14, she makes her home in Bend, Oregon, but she represents Ireland. This is Fiona Moriarty. She was 6th in 2024 at Ironman Cairns. And Matt, you'll get a kick out of this. She's a former pastry chef. Cook you up some baked goods.
Yes, she does. She does a pretty good job with those baked goods.
And wearing bib number 15, rounding out our top 10 seeded women, this is Luisa Ionia Pratt from Italy. She was 10th at Valencia 70.3 just last weekend. Another one of our superstar swimmers. Look for her at the front of the race. She's had several other top 10 70.3 finishes in her career.
I think she's getting some love being the one of the hometown heroes representing Italy. No doubt she's excited to race out here in Venice-Jesolo, and a beautiful, beautiful spot for a race, Didi. And I'm pretty pumped to see these athletes get in the water here. Not too much time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the new stops in the Ironman Pro Series. As we said, there wasn't a pro race here last year, so there has been a pro race, but there hasn't been a Pro Series race. So those in pursuit of the Pro Series getting their first look here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, you got to set your season up as it fits, as suits you the best. And I think a lot of the Europeans are starting with this race where, you know, they're kind of trying not to pay too much attention on the deficit they have behind those athletes that have been racing all season. But they're going to put their first points on the board here in just a few minutes' time here in Venice-Jesolo.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And our pro men are getting ready to get in that water here in Venice-Jesolo. And you can see, you know, it's kind of the tense moments before the swim starts. And, you know, we talked about the fact that points are up for grabs here. And here's our current pro standings for the Pro Series. Rudy von Berg in first place. Big moves for him with 2 big races at Oceanside and down in Texas. Christian Blumenfeld overcoming some issues in Oceanside to still get right up in second place, but a lot of action happening. Casper Storms moved up 55 spots after his 5th place. Ironman Texas, we saw Cam Worth with a world record bike split getting himself up to 7th.
And let's take a look at some of the movers in our women's field. Chloe Lane stands atop the women's ranking. She moves up 3 spots after her 10th place finish at Ironman Texas. Ann Reichman moves down a spot. Of course, Kat Matthews, without outstanding performance at Ironman Texas a week ago, moves up 52 spots, tied for 2nd place. Tamara Jewett, also a big mover, up 29 points. Taylor Knibb catapults into the top 10, and we should see Maya Stea Nielsen could move into the top 10 this morning as well. So great. Sorry, Alessandro Fabian there, the local hero, belting out the national anthem. A lot of pride for the Italians here today, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, the big crowd showing up to see this race off. And again, first off, the Ironman Pro Series, and just a few moments away for our pro men to get in the water. We can see here our weather presented by Roca, 57 degrees Fahrenheit, 14 Celsius, and clear. And you know, the water looks pretty smooth and doesn't look like there's going to be too much chop, you know, after they get out of this kind of shallow section of the course.
And of course, the Roca swim course kicking off here in the shadow of the Jesolo lighthouse there. We'll be talking about that landmark here as the men get ready to get underway.
And we can see them crouching down. They're on their knees, or kind of bent that front knee. So I think we're just a few seconds away from the start here. And Dee, we're going to see a lot of kind of long running for this first little section of the course, yeah?
Yep, and the professional men are off as they take to the water here. Some high knees there. We saw them practicing a couple of run-ins here during their warm-ups. This is a skill, folks. If you are unskilled at this, it is definitely in your interest to do some practice. And every break is different, so you really need to do it on the race morning. Tides will be different, so the shoreline will be different, but a lot of the pros navigating that well, and you can see the difference between our front runners at the start of this Roca swim course and the guys just getting underway. The advantage that if you can high knee and navigate that break, dolphin dive there we see from our lead swimmer. Yeah. It really is a great skill. It
is, and it's not necessarily always the best swimmer that's the best at that. It often is, but sometimes it's not. So you might see some athletes, you can still see athletes realizing they can still run. So they're still trying to dolphin dive. Well, it looks like two athletes are kind of forming two little peaks in the front of the Roca swim course here, 1.9 kilometers, one lap.
I mean, that's a good, there's still, guys, that's a good 30 meters, and we're not even 30 seconds underway here.
No, and yeah, let's take a look at the Roca swim course as our athletes are underway. It starts in Venice-Jesolo.
And of course, we saw that beach run-in start as the athletes will make their way into the Adriatic Sea, a nice rectangular oblong course there, and they make their way back to shore.
Yeah, so kind of point-to-point-ish on that swim course, and I think we're going to see some fast times once they get out of these breakers. And, you know, you would think that it's always going to be faster when you have these athletes doing the dolphin dive and running in far, but sometimes it can take a little effort out. And right now we see two, you know, kind of distinct groups, Didi. One that's maybe sighting a little bit better, taking the tighter line, and maybe another one that's maybe looking more for open water, but it looks like that lead athlete is veering left to try to get on the feet of that first group.
And I believe I caught a glimpse of an orange cap, and my guess would be that would be Rico Bogan, one of the definitely stronger swimmers in our field. Schomburg, I bet, will be up there. Arnold, another great swimmer. Batados, the Greek athlete, also a very, very good swimmer. But I believe at the bottom of your screen there, that orange cap would be that of Rico Bogan.
Yeah, I think you'd probably be right. I see an orange cap not too far behind that same group that he's in as well, and that would be Jan Stratman. Another one of the faster athletes out there, still Pierre Lacour over that short course experience. He's going to be able to be in that group, and these athletes certainly are going to want to try their best to keep him off their feet if possible, but tough task. And Didi, I do see that yellow cap of Jonas Schomburg right, maybe two athletes behind our leader in the orange cap, which we are assuming is Rico Bogan.
And you can see sort of right in the center of that arrow formation, that second orange cap, that's going to be Jan Stratman. So he's fighting. He's got to make a decision right or left, but he's in a pretty good spot draft-wise in the middle of that formation. The chop,
but
the athletes here getting
this is chaos, Didi.
Beamed into the Ironman turn buoy there.
When you've got a group like this, Didi, it feels like a bar fight when you're going around that first buoy. You see an athlete there.
Jan Stratman. Cutting the buoy.
In an orange cap. We'll see if the officials had a sight on that or not, as whether or not he's going to receive anything for that. But what happens on course unless an official sees it. So we'll see. But we do see Rico Bogan in the front there leading the race. Jonas Schomburg trying to get up on his feet as well. But Didi, tell us about how physical the first like 400 meters of a swim like this are when there's this many talented athletes, but if you throw a buoy in with an over 90-degree turn, how chaotic is that?
And chop. And,
Yeah.
and I think what we saw was Rico Bogan sort of misjudge whether that's a current that was pulling, but definitely chose a tight line and had to self-correct himself, and that sort of brought everyone careening straight into the buoy. Of course, you see that orange cylindrical buoys. That first buoy, the Ironman buoy, was a turn buoy, so you do have to keep that to one particular side. Those orange buoys are sight buoys only. You can keep those on either side, but that yellow buoy, we did see a couple of athletes get pinched to the inside of that, which is a no-no for those turn buoys.
It is for sure, and you know sometimes that can also be inadvertent when you're just getting your butt kicked to a certain extent. It's very disorienting out there. You can actually find yourself almost in a straight up and down position instead of actually swimming, so it can be very, very disorienting. But right now, Didi, it does look like this front group is splitting a little bit with that orange cap of Jan Stratman in that second group. Right now, it's close enough where if athletes have the energy to respond, they could bridge back up. But right now, Rico Bogan is stretching things out as we see some of the other athletes moving up past Schoenberg to try to get on Bogan's feet.
I would bet one of those red caps may be the cap of Pierre Lecour as well. Fourth place in the Olympic Games, coming from that strong swim background, and who can forget the drama of the swim in the Olympics with that current. So no doubt a skilled swimmer there to be able to navigate what looks to be a very, very choppy swim so far.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, we had looked in, previewing this course, thinking this was going to be a very, very, very fast swim, kind of more in the 22, low 22 minutes for it, but I kind of don't think with the way that we're seeing this chop out there that we're going to have that fast a time. But if anybody can do it, it's Rico Bogan, 70.3 Ironman world champion again from 2023, doing his best to string out this group and to make it as difficult as possible for these athletes to stay on the feet.
Yeah, if we're talking course best times, back in 2022, our fastest pros male swam 21:56. It doesn't look, again, given conditions like that, is going to be in the cards today.
Nope, and we see right in the back of that group, we can see local favorite Fabian right there in about 6th position. So he's right where he needs to be. He doesn't need to be any further up than he is. But right now it looks like maybe Schoenberg wants the direction to be a little bit different than Rico Bogan is choosing right now. So getting up on Rico's shoulder and taking a little bit of control. But I do think I saw a green cap of Leonard Arnold possibly in that group as well. So great swim from Leonard, and he's actually passed Jan Stratman. Jan Stratman does look like he's kind of fading back. He did get a little advantage around that first buoy, but then it seems like he's fading back a little bit. And for him to be able to stick onto this first group will be a challenge. But Didi back down to the start on the beach, and our very, very talented women's field getting ready to get in the water.
Absolutely, and we will definitely look for our strong swimmers here. Lena Meissner, Luisa Yagona Pratt, also a good swimmer. Julia Molo there in the purple cap. She will be at the front of this women's field as well. I think the women taking a look at that men's start, how much knowledge do you think they're gaining from what they saw the men do and what not to do?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. It is an advantage to be like, oh man, you can run 150 meters in there, and you probably don't want to do that, but to know that if they find themselves in the wrong group, you can actually stand up and be like, okay, where do I want to go?
And dolphin dive your way in the proper direction if you get thrown by a wave or two.
Totally, and because you can't see much when your head's in the swimming position, but if you can stand up and get your head 2 feet above the water, you can have a little bit better sight, and they're going to take advantage of that if they can. And just a few seconds out, we've got our starter with that little starter's pistol, ready to get these women started. It's a dud, but they're off.
Looks like it was a misfire, but you didn't have to tell the women twice. Off they go into the Roca swim course, and again, we see those high knees. I see the green cap there. That's Solveig Lovseth, very strong swimmer there. She's getting those knees up and over those waves. Dolphin diving under the wave is the best way to take it, so you don't take a wave to the face. That can slow you up. put you up in the vertical position when you want to get out there horizontally.
Yep.
And again, we can see some of our women, again, taking advantage of that skill of navigating that break and dolphin diving through it and on their way.
Yeah, and this is a great shot, kind of showing the texture on the water of the swells that are pretty legitimate, and definitely more than we thought we would see here this morning, but see those athletes with the dolphin dive. And again, the dolphin dive, it's great, and you can really move yourself forward if you practice it, but it is really draining, as the women are actually getting some breakers on them, so a little bit rougher conditions for the women, so even more advantage to someone who has a little bit more of that kind of surf life-saving skill, or that, you know, like the Aussies have that experience. Not a lot of Aussies on the start line for the women's side, but we'll see who has that Aussie skill as they go through the breakers. But Didi, it looks like back to the men's race, Leona Schoenberg at the front.
Absolutely. Now, this could be a case. I actually don't see the orange cap of Rico Bogan there at the front. He has fallen off the lead.
Yep, no, it doesn't look like he's there right now. It looks like he's about in like 6th position, and we see that Fabian has moved up in about 5th. And that can happen, Didi, as we see different athletes kind of move to the front. And I could be wrong, but it does look like there's more of a current than maybe we were thinking. It looks like maybe there's a current coming from the right, and that can definitely create even more of an advantage for the athletes behind. So what we might be seeing is Rico taking it out and swimming hard into the current with athletes on the feet, and then him maybe being a little bit more fatigued and just kind of settling into those athletes behind. It doesn't matter if he's in 4th place or 1st place. No. He just needs to make sure he stays on the group.
Well, one of the things that's difficult when conditions are like this, if you are one of those athletes that's sort of clinging to dear life for those feet, you catch a wave and you can lose sight of the feet more easily when chop is like this. So the focus really needs to be on, and drafting is very different when conditions are like this than when it's relative calm. You know, we tend to practice drafting, you know, in the pool to get the feel of how much more efficient it is. But when the conditions are like this, it's very, very difficult to stay on those feet.
Oh, for sure. And you can see that right now in the men's field. It's definitely more of a single-ish file, but 2 different distinct groups, a chase group that's taking a better line, a tighter line, but they are not in that slipstream that at the moment one of our athletes is creating at the front.
Now, you said you thought that current was going, left to right, so it's pushing them now, yes?
I thought it was going from their right to the left, but I could be completely making that up.
I was saying, because sometimes strategically you actually might want to swim a longer line if you're further out to catch the draft of the current. Will be stronger further out to sea depending on what the tides are doing. So could be a strategic move, or it could be error. It could just be getting pushed around, or being in the space. And I think this is that first turn buoy and our women's race. And Didi, I'm surprised to see it. You'll probably know without even seeing the cap color who this athlete is, but a big gap from that first athlete to the 2nd and 3rd and 4th athlete. So women's field kind of getting blown apart, very, very different than what we saw the men's field look like at this turn buoy. Yeah, if I was a betting woman, and I am, Matt, I'm going to bet that's Lena Meissner out of Germany. She is an outstanding swimmer. This is only her 2nd year racing in the pro field. She was 3rd at Ironman 70.3 Switzerland and 2nd at 70.3 Valencia last year. And on both occasions, she led out of the water. So perhaps she is looking to add another podium position to her finish today by virtue of very strong swim. But she has absolutely ripped this women's field apart. And as much as we talk about our strong swimmers, let's talk about some of the athletes who need to be careful here. I think in the women's field of Maja Stea Nielsen, who is not a poor swimmer, but she could lose time that would make it a lot more work. Anne Reichman, another one, not as strong in the water. So when conditions are like this, more of a disadvantage for them, coming out further behind potentially. Yeah,
very well said. And I think clearly this athlete in the front, and honestly the 2 and 3 athletes behind her, are having phenomenal swims. And clearly they all did everything right. None of these athletes were athletes that weren't good at the dolphin dive but are good swimmers. They all nailed that section, just as athlete in the front nailed it even better, and is making it look pretty easy. And I'll tell you what, Didi, it is not easy.
Not easy.
Yeah, as we're back in the men's, or at the front of the men's race with, again, Jonas Schoenberg in second place, and not completely sure who this first place athlete is, but we'll do our best to kind of get an idea of that. But
Pierre Lacour, I'm betting. I'm just betting.
You're betting. That's
betting.
good. We'll call it a bet.
I'm putting my money down.
You sure that's not him in third place?
It could be him in third place.
That's why.
I bet he's either first or third.
Yeah, I think, and we already established you are a betting woman. It could be Batatos or Costos as well from these angles, but we will get that when we get these athletes to the shore. But right now, the most important thing about that, Didi, is that it is stretching out in this men's field. So you can see now it looks like a group of about 5 or 6. And then a bit of a gap, but it's only 10 seconds maybe to that second group, but we'll see.
The thing
how
that
much it
is
stretches
absolutely crazy
for
to me is
athletes.
the difference in line. The guys in the lead group is so much further out to sea by a like 15, 20 meters, which
Yep.
is a significant amount to swim. Like it's an excess swim as you see them sort of losing. So you can see the red turn buoy in front of them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the yellow buoy
there's the
right
yellow
there.
buoy,
Okay, yeah. It just was it's a curious difference in line.
No,
'Cause,
it
yeah.
certainly is, and I think we are seeing a little bit of current maybe being a part of it, and you can see athletes that have been out here possibly swimming the course or out this far away from shore and be like, okay, I kind of know what this is going to feel like when we're out on courses. They take that turn back towards the beach and transition one. It's about 6 seconds from a group of 4 to, looks like, Didi, a huge group of probably like 18 or 20 that does have Fabian in there, but I believe Batatos, we had Rico Bogan in that group as well. So a huge group, but again, only a few seconds behind, and all these athletes get on the bike course within 30 seconds of each other, and it is going to be knockdown, drag out for the first few kilometers of this bike race.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Roca. Find faster with Roca. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
And Didi, this women's swim is blown apart.
Yes.
Absolutely blown apart.
Again, in contrast particularly to the men's race where we've got 5 or 6 and then a 4-second gap to a group of 16 men. Our women are swimming in 1s and 2s and quite strung out here in the Adriatic Sea on the Roca swim course.
Yeah, and it's a little bit tough with the camera angle that we had earlier and the light off the water to fully identify who those athletes were. But again, your probability, Didi, you're a pretty good prognosticator on who those are. As we're back to the men's field here with this elite group of 4 off the front with just a few seconds on a chasing group.
And they are headed back to shore now. It's been a rough and tumble swim here so far this morning. Great if you're a strong swimmer and a skilled swimmer, navigating the break there, navigating the chop. It's been a rough swim with, we're going to see bigger time gaps, I would imagine.
No, I think we definitely are, and it is not going to be that 21-minute swim that we had last time we were at this race with the pro field. You know, today just exemplifies the saying that you're likely not going to win a race in the swim, but you certainly can lose one. And I think some of our weaker swimmers that will suffer larger time gaps may have a tough time inserting themselves back into this race with some of the gaps we may see given the conditions out on the Roka swim course today, as our male athletes take their last right-hand turn here and head for shore. And Didi, looking at kind of how this swim is developing, I would bet, and we've been betting, and again, sometimes it's hard with the glare to be able to see the number of each of these athletes, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's Emil Holm at the front of this swim course. This athlete swam at 22:39 on his way to a win at Ironman 70.3 Poznan, and has so many podiums and fantastic races over that shorter Olympic distance racing that I would not be surprised at all if he is our athlete that is in the lead at the moment. And we talk about the gap. If you were to approximate that, is that about a 10-second gap between the lead pack and the chasers at this stage? Yeah, I'd say in general it's negligible once we're in transition. You know, yes, I think the benefit of that gap is those 4 athletes can not be like spastic when they're in there, right? And they can focus a little bit more. They can not be like rushing everything. Yep. Just a little chance to breathe. But yeah, I think by the time we get out of transition, it's going to be one. Look at that! That 4th place athlete got caught up in a wave there. He just got caught. That's just a timing issue. That isn't necessarily even something you can control if you just come up in the wave at the wrong time, and cost him a second or two. But he just got a little bit of a push. He's fighting to stay on that group of 4. No, absolutely. As we see the high step, and we see Jonas Schoenberg in 2nd place, and we'll get exactly accurate split on who that leader is for our men's race here in just a second, as they're taking kind of that top of that swim skin off as they run under the Roka Arch, getting ready to start their race. Making their way into the Ruvi transition zone, all eyes on the tracker. And it is Yannick Schaffler with Jonas Schomburg in 2nd and Simon Westerman. Our bets were wrong. Yep. We failed. We lose. Not a big surprise, but right now we can see our Wahoo Element rival swim split for Yannick Schaffler, 21:20. We were wrong again in the 21s. That's how fast they are. And that 4th place athlete was Sam Dickinson. 5th place is Lasse Priester. Rico Bogan dropped down to 6th place, but again, just 20 seconds behind our first athlete out of the water. Cameron Main, one of our pre-race favorites in there. Emil Holm in 9th position. Ciccarelli in 10th. And any more of our favorites, Alessandro Fabian in that group as well in 12th place with Jan Stratman and Josh Lewis there. So 1st through 14th place, just 34 seconds off of that lead, and that front group ended up having about 20 seconds on the second group, Didi. Yeah, so 14 athletes so far out of the water and into the Ruvi transition zone. And I think what's going to be of keen interest here today is the size of the gaps. Again, it's probably another 30 seconds to Gregor Payet back in 15th place. He's a minute 8 back, and they are significantly more strung out as they continue to stream out of the Roka swim course. Yeah, and Didi, what I'm noticing is we don't have a Pierre Lacour out of the water yet, and I think that's a big surprise and a huge impact on this race for that elite of an athlete. But we can see our athletes here, Didi, what they need to do is they need to get out of those wetsuits, swim skins, and man, we got tables getting knocked over, benches getting knocked over. They got to get out of that wetsuit, put it in the bag while getting all their bike kit out of the other bag and getting ready to get out on the bike. But quick run from those benches right to their bikes, and we have our first few athletes with their bikes in hand, helmets strapped on, clipped in, and getting ready to go under the arch and start.
You know, I
bike
don't
ride.
see his name on the tracker, but I did see Batatos in there, so
Okay.
we may have some chip issues.
Okay.
I say that because maybe we're missing some others.
Okay, yep, some.
I did see his name on his kit. Thank you for doing that. We saw an awful lot of
great.
guys in white tops and black pants, so that's going to be hard on kit differentiation there. But the stream of athletes coming out now as they make their way on to the Zoot bike course.
There you go. Great eye, Didi. And yeah, suggestions. If you guys got a custom kit coming your way, make it fancy.
Put some sparkle in
put
there.
Some sparkle in
Bedazzle
there.
it.
Yeah, as we see one of our athletes getting onto his bike and trying to chase that group. And Didi, I did say, you know, those front athletes, if they have a little bit of a gap, have a chance to maybe exhale a little bit. But tell us about, I mean, I know my experience in some of these races back in the day on how hectic the first few kilometers as they go through some technical chicanes here can be as you're making sure you're not the 14th person that becomes the first person in that second group.
Oh, absolutely. Well, not only that, but it's also, you know, heads up. You don't want to miss the group in front, right? But these are tight roads, and, you know, the marshals are going to be with them, and they're going to give them perhaps a little bit of grace to get themselves sorted. But you can see this is a pretty tight space here, and they're going to have to navigate, again, some technical turns as they make their way through the opening kilometers. You know, Matt, you add sort of the technical nature of some of these twists and turns in addition to trying to get your feet into your shoes, establish position, et cetera, as we are on follow here with Jan Stratman.
And this athlete is doing his best to make sure he doesn't get gapped by those two athletes in front of him. And a little bit technical here in early sections, Didi.
Yeah, lots of roundabouts, and again, a pretty tight, you know, roadway here to get yourself out. So there's not going to be an opportunity to make a pass, even if you had the legs for it, getting settled here. But yeah, this little group of three, that rubber band is pretty tight to the bigger group up ahead.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And a very, very tight section to start this course as we see our athletes moving through. I think we see Emil on the left side trying to make a pass. And he's going to have to get himself all the way past all these athletes in the group and trying to bridge up to that group of three just up the road.
Tight and dangerous maneuvering going on here, going up over this overpass. That looks like bib number 33 there could be getting pinched. That's Cameron Main trying to make a pass at a really tough spot on the course as we come back to our women. I can see the pearly pink cap of Emily Morier there. But again, the women are so spread out, Matt.
No, absolutely. It's a very, very different race on the women's side of things. We see a pink cap of Morier there a little bit, and it's hard to, like a swim that's this rough, it's hard to keep that
Actually, if that's
up.
our lead group, that could be Pratt. I take that back. I saw the pink cap. That could be Pratt.
Yep.
Is my bet, because I think that's, you know, we see Lena Meissner, I think, up ahead, and these are the two chasers. My bet would be that is Pratt in that pink cap, with the purple cap being Grassball Christensen.
There you go, as they take this left hand turn, and then they're going to have to go, you know, as you explained well earlier, on either side of those orange buoys, but making sure they go on the left side of that last triangle buoy before they head back into shore. But yeah, our women chasers, those two athletes, and you know, that Pratt, that third athlete, second athlete in that group, it's not really close enough to be getting much of an advantage, and I think that shows this late in the swim that it's rough, and it's a kind of a high octane swim out here, and there's no doubt that's why this women's group field is so blown up at this point.
And again, huge advantage for who we are assuming is Lena Meissner at the lead of the women's race. Again, a really, really challenging swim out here on the Roca swim course, has the men considerably spread out from top to bottom, and the women just in barely ones and twos. really, really strung out.
Totally different race between the men and the women as far as it's kind of panned out. And, not too surprising. We have some really, really talented female swimmers that are kind of just on another level that are showing so. And when you're on another level, fitness-wise with your swim, performance-wise in open water, but also have that skill in these specific kind of conditions, you can really capitalize. And I guarantee you, those women that are in the first 2 or 3 in the women's field were kind of chomping at the bit this morning when they saw the swim conditions and how this race was going to pan out. We see Jonas Schoenberg here on screen getting some fluids early in this race, which is a smart thing to do. As an athlete that, again, was 3rd place at the Ironman in South Africa just a few weeks ago, and he was just doing it as a training day because he
yeah, me too.
He was training in the area, and he's like, "Oh, I'll give it a shot," and he got his nutrition right. That's what I was most surprised by. So this guy's very, very on top of it, and finding himself pretty high up in the Pro Series standings, and it's possible this gentleman could find himself at the lead with a good race here today.
Now talk about, again, if it's sort of surprising going into an Ironman, yeah, I'm just doing it as a training day. What's that recovery look like? And is it easier to hit out with a 70.3 and move up to an Ironman 3 weeks later, or would it be easier to race an Ironman and then try to speed yourself up with a little bit of recovery?
That is a very good question.
I like to ask the tough ones,
and I will answer that question after we see. That was Mattia Ceccarelli moving through the field here, so getting himself to the front as quickly as he can. Doesn't want to get left behind. Again, kind of a local athlete as well. But yeah, Didi, I mean, I think it's hard when you're doing an Ironman for the first time. You probably want to do it the other way, a 70.3 first into an Ironman. But again, he was just kind of doing it and wanted to do something fun, and found himself in an Ironman. I think he's had plenty of time to recover, especially if he was doing it as a training day. He didn't put all the work in that actually damages you, I think was part of your question. To, when you're training to run a marathon and you're doing that 10 weeks out, you're going to be doing some runs when you're like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I'll do this and add it to my training. Then maybe you're not putting yourself in as much of a hole before you start the race. But as we see the Roca Arch signifying the end of the Roca swim course here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo, we're going to have our first female professional going underneath that arch in just a few minutes, Didi.
And that will cause me to look at my data here and see a course best for the professional women, 25:13. The men were ahead of what we thought they would be given the conditions. We'll see if the women can do that as well.
Certainly, and here we go at the front of the race course. And we're all squinting, trying to get a number on this athlete, but this is our leader of the men's field. And we're almost there, but we'll get it here in a second. But point being, they have a little bit of a gap here, doing quite well. That's bib number 7, I believe. And absolutely moving and pushing that pace early to try to spread this gap out to the chasing athletes behind, and that is Patagonia's Batados, our male athlete, and that is Lena Mernier coming out of the water first in 23:33.
Yeah, what an outstanding swim. That would be a course best, waiting to confirm that official swim time. But man, she smoked that given the complexity of the conditions out there today. And no one out of the water yet as we take a look at Lena Meissner's swim split 23:33 for the 1.9 kilometer or 1.2 mile swim, brought to you by Wahoo Element Rival. She is charging her way into transition. No surprise, she is the strongest swimmer in just about every field she enters and has landed on some podiums by virtue of that brilliant swim ability. So great swim for Lena Meissner.
Yeah, and a full minute over Julie Lamolo at 24:27, and she's an athlete that is capable of leading out of the water here. But this is a great shot of our women's leader going through transition, taking that wetsuit off as we have those two athletes chasing behind her. And that's Louisa Pratt in 3rd place, Didi, as you said. And those two athletes on the red carpet trying to do their best to stay within eye shot of our women's leader.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be pretty surprising for Jesolo and Jonja Pratt to hear you're a minute down.
Yeah, that's huge.
Because those are two great swimmers. And so Lena Meissner with just an exceptional swim today. And it's Emily Morier out in 4th place. She is 1:45 back. So again, our lead female here, Lena Meissner, with a minute lead over Julie Jesolo, Louisa Jonja Pratt, and another 45 seconds back, Emily Morier. So our women very, very stretched out.
Yeah, Didi, I mean, she's going to be out of the Ruby transition before those other women are getting to those bags. And tell us how kind of intimidating that can be when you're one of the best swimmers too, and you're like, wait, I'm this far back?
Yeah, I think at the moment it's all business.
Okay.
There's so much to take care of, getting out of the wetsuit, making sure that wetsuit gets in the bag, getting your way to your bike. What's surprising to me, Matt, is I'm looking at the tracker here, and Solveig Lovseth, who is a very good swimmer, is 2 minutes and 13 seconds back. And what's good news for Maya Stea Nielsen, she's 2:33 back. So she's got Solveig Lovseth to bike with, and those are two of the stronger cyclists in the field.
Yeah, not too surprised by the gap to Maya, but yeah, I think you're right with Nielsen being that far back. It's surprising, and it just shows you that the conditions played a part in this race course here this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, my eyes are peeled for Anne Reichman, who of course had that extraordinary breakthrough performance winning Ironman South Africa. Hugely talented athlete, and a lot of her competitors really are happy for her that she had that performance, felt it was a long time coming, but she is not the strongest swimmer in the field, so the conditions out there today, something that could really ultimately put her out of this race.
Yeah, certainly on a course that's this flat and fast on the bike course, especially if any of these women get together and kind of form a group that will benefit motivationally as they go through the course. There's just, you know, if the front women are riding 2:15, it's hard for you to ride a 2:10, right? Like that's there's just smaller gaps to be able to make up on a flat course like this. So she definitely has her work cut out for her, as we see some of our other women chasers doing their best to grab their bikes after they've gone through both those bags and get out on this bike course.
Another pair of strong cyclists that could team up together here. Anne Reichman now 3:49 back out of the Roca Swim course, paired up with Didi Dietrichs at 3:51 back. So that could be a powerful duo as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a gap that still has her in this race for sure, right? Like I think, you know, at the end of the day, when you're a half marathon in, 3 minutes isn't as big a deal as it seems like right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but to your point is a good one. So I begrudgingly have to give you credit for it. I'm just kidding. But on a flat course like this, it's tough to make up those gaps as if it were a more technical or punchier course for sure.
Absolutely, as we're back with Batados at the front of this race and not waiting around for anybody at this point, Didi.
No, absolutely, and why would he? Extremely talented athlete here, Batados out of Greece.
Yeah, and this athlete, you know, he's pretty aggressive in his racing style. From what I've seen commentating a race or two with him in it, he's not one that is going to wait around. If he's feeling good, he's going to go for it and see the best that he can do. And he had some big wins. Ironman 70.3 Talon last year, and you know, I called that race, and he made a big effort on the run that I was like, oh, that's dumb. And then he's like, oh wow, he can just run that fast for as long as he wants, right? He is a very talented and very aggressive athlete, as we see this very large group, Didi, going around this first U-turn. All these athletes very, very much in contact with each other and can see kind of where this race is as far as up the road. A couple chasers just off the back. Those two athletes are going to have to chase very, very hard to get back onto this group. But it's alarm bells, especially for this athlete in the blue at the end of this group. But this group is riding away, and it's going to be large gaps to those behind that aren't able to kind of make contact soon. And hopefully, you know, if they're not on their own, they've got some other people to motivate themselves with. But right now, very large group at the front of Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
And this men's chase group moving quick. We've got Simon Westerman kind of on the back of these two athletes in front, doing his best to stay in this group. But things are starting to spread out. We've got a group of 8 at the front of this bike course. And Didi, let's take a look at this bike course.
Absolutely, yes. The Zoot bike course here is one loop of 90 kilometers or 56 miles. And in 2 words, Matt, it is flat and fast. The Venetian Lagoon and its landscape surrounds the athletes before reaching Cavallino and heading back to Jesolo. Athletes will reach Cortolazano and its unforgettable bridge of boats. So many great scenes here, and it is going to be blistering fast.
Yeah, no, and it certainly is already. We had Jonas Schoenberg at the front going through that first split, 45 kilometers an hour average speed as he moves through there with Batados as well. And as I said just a moment ago, Simon Westerman, bib number 70, that first athlete on screen that we see there. And all riding very well in kind of legal distance. And again, in this group of 8 with Rico Bogan, the last time we saw, and our chip shows that he was kind of that last athlete in that group, but I think pretty comfortably so. But certainly those 2 athletes up front pushing pretty hard. But Didi, back to the women's race.
Back to the women's race, which right now, very different picture from the men, which has 8 athletes in that lead pack. This is Lena Meissner all on her own. So a little bit of an advantage there in that she can take these corners and turns down in the bars. Again, you can see it's a tight roadway there. So the fact that she's got that all to herself, and she, of course, won't know what that remarkable swim gap was. She was gone out of transition before many of the women made their way to their bikes. So the lot of daylight between her and the 2nd and 3rd place athletes Yonya Pratt and Julie Yumolo.
Yeah, but I think, as you said, it's an advantage for her that she created for herself, obviously, with that fantastic swim. But she's got open road. She doesn't have to worry about being around anybody else as she sees our lead men coming from the opposite direction after that turnaround. She's able to kind of settle in the pace that she wants to, and then she's going to be able to pretty soon here, Didi, at this out and back turnaround, be able to see the damage that she actually did on those athletes behind. And I think, if anything, she'll get some wings. And I think even a swimmer of this caliber will be a bit surprised at the gap that she created.
I think she'll be, a little bit of giggle, happy dance there in Aero. But when we talk about looking a little bit further back, Solveig Lovseth is one of the athletes that we would expect to make a big move here. She's one of the stronger cyclists in the field for sure. And she was 2-ish minutes back out of transition, 2 minutes 20. Also another athlete who's extremely strong on the bike is Ann Reichman, who we had said was about 250 back. Sorry, 350 back out of T1. So some gaps there, some work to be done. But right now it's all Lena Meissner.
No, it certainly is, and open roads ahead for her, and you know, looked very comfortable. Doesn't look like she's overstressing or overpowering or out of control in any way in her effort. Looks very smooth, as we would expect from Meissner at this point. But yeah, I think you're right. There's some big gaps back there, and not big gaps in the men's field as they go through one of these beautiful roundabouts here in the outside of Venice-Jesolo, and you know, different dynamics, right? Like we talk about Meissner being able to kind of just be calm and do what she wants. It's chaos back here, right? Like the race rangers are showing, oh, it's Christmas out there, right? They're showing all sorts of different colors of lights, and athletes, they see a certain color that they know, they see red, they got to go past the athlete in front. Right now, that's Rico Bogan, who we just saw go out of our screen, I think is going to try to make a pass. He's kind of forced to make that pass, I believe, still over Simon Westerman, so he's now moving himself into third place, and has a big enough gap there, it looks like, to slot in. The race ranger tells him it's safe, but Jan Stratman is the athlete that is a little bit, you know, we saw some stragglers. He was about 20 seconds off the back of this group on that out and back, DD, so that's going to be one of the big movers. Is going to have to be Stratman. And Pierre Lecour, we didn't have a time out of that swim on, but he is actually a minute 27 behind our front of the race, so about a minute behind the end of this group. And if he wants to be a part of this race at the end, even though he's that good of a runner, I think you would just hemorrhage time if you're riding by yourself. Like, he has to get on this group if he wants to win this race.
100%. And I think there's, you know, you look at some of the athletes who are in this group, yeah, they're not maybe the same run caliber as Pierre Lecour, but to your point, if you're one guy working against who are 8 at the front of this race, that's a tall order. I was a little concerned about Rico Bogan, who was sitting at the back, but no more. Rico Bogan was just biding his time and waiting until he had a bit of real estate, and he is absolutely going to work now at the front of the men's race.
No, and I mean, you're absolutely right. Just had to get his legs under him and went right past Jonas Schoenberg, who was really pushing the pace at the front of this race course, and an athlete that isn't that experienced over the 70.3 distance to really be aggressive and go to the front, but someone who does have a lot of experience. He's got world championship stripes on his shoulder, so to speak. That's Rico Bogan, and a little bit of a gap, and it's not a gap that's going to, I think, stick, but you can see it's alarm bells. Guys,
it's a gap that a lot of the guys think is alarming, because they're trying to make passes now. Again, you see Rico Bogan go to the front of the race. I think a lot of these guys know, okay, I can't be left at the back.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, and it's one of those things that when you're telling the story after the race, how you got dropped out of the group, it's never I let the wheel go and I got dropped out of the group. It's like the guy 2 in front of me, I got pinched, let the gap open, and I couldn't go around, right? So it's these athletes that have to be aggressive and smart, and I believe
that's Jan Stratman.
Great shot of Jan Stratman, who it's alarm bells.
Yes.
You know, he's about 20 seconds behind, and he's trying to work with his other athlete around him, but man, when you see how fast, Didi, those athletes were responding to Rico Bogan's move, man, it is going to take a absolutely heroic effort for Jan Stratman to bridge across to this gap.
And given the nature of this Zoot bike course, there's little opportunity for that. There are some 180s, but that is literally the only time these guys are slowing up at all. It is flat, it is fast, and it's tight, which makes making those passes difficult if you're in a bigger group, as we see some of the technical nature of this course, again, with the 180s, but that's it.
Totally, and you're right, and this would be the space where, quote unquote, you could maybe take some risks to get some free time and some free speed. But besides that, there's not even like a big climb where you can be like, okay, I'm just going to go way harder than I should over this distance for 5 minutes and bridge this gap. You're just like, no, those guys are going 28 miles an hour. I need to go 31 miles an hour for a short period of time to be able to catch them. And that's the hard part, is if you like try to pace yourself and be like, I'll bring them back in the next 10 minutes, you're just going to blow yourself up, where you have to do a huge effort and be like, Jan Stratman at some point needs to be like, this is my race. I need to go as hard as possible and there just might not be enough room for her to do it. And
I was going to say, when you said before it's Christmas with all of the Race Ranger lights,
Yeah.
he's going to be begging Santa Claus for a miracle to make up that kind of time.
No, I think you're right, and I think that's not, you know, who the one person in that front group knows that Jan Strautmann's not there. It's Rico Bogan.
Because he was at the back of it.
He was at the back of the group. He rode through and is like, I don't see Strautmann. That guy was third when I was first at World Championship. He's someone I need to look for. I'm going to the front.
Yep.
He is not getting on this group.
As we check back in with our women's leader here, this is Lena Meissner, who had an exceptional swim, gave herself a full minute of time on her nearest competitors, and she continues to ride alone at the front of the women's race. She's about to do that 180 turn, that first out and back that you see on the course map below. The big star that says turn around, that is where our women's leader is now. And she's gonna take a look at her computer and see, number one, open road, and number two, start that clock to see how much time she's got on her nearest chasers. Wow, look at that. Nothing but open road. That puts a smile on my face, and I'm not even out there.
She's not seeing anything. She is not worried at all. And if anything, she has, if we look at her GPS on the left side of the screen, she has opened more of a gap. So minute 29 to Pratt, 131 to Lamolo, and she can see it visually, and on that out and back, that's going to feel pretty darn good.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
Tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. Rico Bogan is not waiting around, and we saw there briefly before another, you know, as comforting and exciting as that open road was to our women's leader, to Jan Strautmann, not the same feeling at all. He's seeing nothing but open road in front of him, and you know, he was here in 25-30 seconds, and he's like, I can barely see those guys, but Rico Bogan absolutely hammering. And let's see what Rico Bogan had to say leading into this race.
Hi, here's Rico Bogan, and I'm here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Yeah, it's cool to be back here at Iron races, and yeah, I try to be back on the podium. Would be cool to have the finish line feeling with the finish tape again. yeah, last year it was a good season, but I never won a race. So yeah, the goal is to be here in front and have a great race here. Yeah, I think also with the short distance guys, we have fast swimmers, so yeah, it will be full gas from the beginning on, and then yeah, on the bike, I try to put the others under pressure, and then on the run, yeah, it's staying there.
Well, putting the other athletes under pressure, I think check that box, Rico Bogan. You know, it's tough to tell from our camera angle, but both Matt and I sitting here in studio craning our necks. I think he's put some real estate between himself and the rest of this field. I mean, it's been a big year of change for Rico Bogan, new coach, a whole lineup of new partners for a kid who's already, you know, a world champion, really sort of reinventing himself, and so far in a very, very positive way.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and yeah, I think you're right, and good to point out. You know, he's made some moves sponsorship-wise. You know, capitalizing on his successes and showing that that race that he had when he won the World Championship was not a fluke by any means. And Rico Bogan, man, and to attack a group like this, and again, the other athletes are within distance, right? They're just a few seconds back.
Yep.
But to go to the front of a course that's this flat and this fast, and again, there's some technicality, obviously, seeing him go around those roundabouts. You have to put out so much more effort to drop guys on a flat course like this, and Rico is not afraid at all. He knows that if he gets Strotman out of there, and he doesn't, like, we're not even talking about LaCour.
Yeah.
Like, LaCour's out of it at this point, right? Like, yeah, he's going to run maybe into some of the minor placings if he has a great run, but his view is even worse than Strotman's, and Strotman's does not look good. Like, he's at this point, there's zero chance he catches that group.
No, I think not, and I think what's sort of interesting is the dynamic that Rico Bogan is playing by absolutely exposing the rest of this men's field. I mean, we come back to the Ironman Pro Series, right? Every second matters, and on a course like this, I think a lot of these athletes were licking their chops. They're like, well, yeah, it's a good field, it's a deep field, but it's a flat course, right? My time gap isn't going to be that big. But Rico's like, oh, maybe it is going to be pretty big.
Yeah, no, it might be if he keeps doing what he's doing, and he is, and it's been at this point it's starting to stretch out, as we can see on the GPS now. It's 30 seconds, a little over 30 seconds from Strotman, again our third place finisher at the 2023 70.3 Ironman World Championships, behind the champion that year, Rico Bogan, and again being so aggressive.
And while we are on the men, I got an update in the women's race. Lena Meissner, who had 50 seconds on Julie Yamolo and Luisa Yonya Pratt, now has a minute 53 on second and third. But the big mover in the women's field is Solveig Lovseth, who's moved up. She was nearly 3 minutes down, now just 2 minutes down. So Solveig Lovseth trying to insert herself into podium place in the women's race and doing an excellent job of it. She is our biggest mover and currently our fastest mover on course.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's man, that gap that our leader has is pretty impressive, Didi, and not what I was expecting from her in this race so far.
No, definitely not. But again, eyes on Solveig Lovseth. She is doing what we expected her to do, and she is eating away at that gap. If we look back, Maya Stea Nielsen actually doing a great job as well. She's 2:25 back now. Anne Reichman not making much headway, so I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's just, the beginning of the course.
Yep.
You've got that energy, she's got that open road and that motivation where she's able to get a little bit more of a gap than maybe would expect. But right now, our men's leader on screen, Rico Bogan, putting the other athletes to the sword, although he used a bow and arrow when he started this morning.
He's got lots of weapons in his quiver.
He's got it all, but I mean, they're feeling it. They're feeling it where it hurts right now with the athletes behind, and he does look like he is in control.
Yeah, he looks very in control. He looks good on that new steed of his. New coach working with Philip Sipe, so making some changes there. Already known as one of the best swimmers and cyclists in the sport, 70.3 world champion back at Lochte. Probably a little disappointed with his performance, 7th in Topa, and made some big changes at the end of the year. Shake things up, see how it works out.
Yeah, no, and it's you know, it feels like it's working pretty well. I think those are good changes, and clearly, you know, an athlete that has increased confidence, it seems like, even though obviously he has a world championship under his title under his belt, to be this aggressive with this talented of a field, I think does show something.
Absolutely, and I think you come, you know, let's go back and revisit his race at Lochte. We were talking about it before the race got underway today. We were scratching our heads. Rico Bogan. We knew very little about him when he won that 70.3 world title, and that's hard to follow up, right? And he had a year that was solid, but didn't necessarily reflect it, and I think that's caused, you know, can put some doubt in a young athlete's head, like, you know, how do I get back there? Made a lot of positive changes, and so far having a smashing race.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's not that easy. We got bib number 19 doing some solid effort early in this bike course, and looking aerodynamically quite comfortable. And you can see kind of that you know, the eye of the tiger at this point. Very focused on the road ahead.
Absolutely, you see that setup there where a lot of the athletes are doing that rule change from a year ago. Athletes no longer to put that bottle down the front of their jersey, so a lot of them inserting it there into that airspace. Great aerodynamic benefit there. So a lot of the athletes stacking sometimes multiple bottles in that airspace at the chest as we come back to our women's leader in Lena Meissner.
And that is open road ahead, and again, she still looks super smooth. She's not rocking around too much, and definitely looks like she's in control of her effort as she moves quite speedily through the early sections of this bike course, Dee Dee. I mean, look at that open road.
Now, she went through that first turnaround, so she has splits now. She knows who the movers are. Well, not necessarily who the movers are, but where they stack behind her. She wouldn't have known necessarily the gap out of the water, but the fact that she is putting time into Julia Molo and Louisa Yonya Pratt, although Solveig Lovseth definitely stalking and making inroads, as is Maya Stea Nielsen, the second fastest mover on course back at 10 kilometers. So some great stuff there. She goes through a bit of that technical section and back with Rico Bogan.
Yeah, and again, just open roads, and clearly he's got a little bit of a gap on the athletes behind him. We don't know exactly how big that gap is now, but big enough for one of our media vehicles to get in between it, so we know there's a little bit of space there. But he's not waiting around for anybody, and you know, he's not looking over his shoulder, and he's in kind of that meat of this early section of the course where, you know, it's a fast course, but I wouldn't say it's technical, but in some ways, it kind of is. Obviously, that section that we just saw Meissner go through was quite technical, as we have a replay of early section of the course coming out of T1. A little slow-mo transition as some of our best athletes in the world get themselves out on the course here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo.
Oh, here we go. The running mount. It's a thing of beauty, I think, unless he falls.
So I think what this might be, Dee Dee, and we're going to have to get confirmation here, but I saw a red flag go up.
There you go.
And this athlete looks like he jumped on his bike right before the mount line, so we'll wait to get anything official on that, but that's bib number 55.
Yeah, that's 55 you said, or 51 I thought I saw.
Let's go with what you said.
Okay, that would be Antonio Lamotti, if that is a mount line infraction, and this is one of our women.
Yeah, it's just nice slow-mo footage that our great camera people got from early this morning as we see our athletes getting through that Ruby transition and getting out onto that Zoot bike course. But back with our men's leader, Rico Bogan, looking comfortable, looking over his shoulder just to make sure he has room to manage this bike course in the way that he wants to, and he's using the road that's available to him to take the fastest line as he rolls through.
If you're Rico Bogan, obviously cycling is, you know, one of his strengths relative to the rest of the field, and doesn't measure up quite as well running. Who is he thinking about in terms of the runners who he needs to put some real estate between himself and them? We obviously talked about LaCour being sort of one of the cream of the crop runners in the field, and what does that time gap have to look like in your estimation?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Strotman to an extent. I think it's probably not as much of a worry as we see this very, very large gap still with Strotman. And again, there's no chance he's moving back up. I think LaCour, I think Leonard Arnold is an athlete that is a fantastic runner. That is, you know, an athlete that's certainly on the mind of Rico Bogan, as is our Greek athlete as well that we were talking about earlier. Batados is an incredibly talented, fast runner, and again, aggressive runner. So he wants those athletes to be on the back foot and get a little bit of a head start as you go into the run here. But yeah, Jan Strotman struggling.
Yeah, if you're inside Jan Strotman's head right now, what's he saying to himself? Is he getting frustrated that things sort of don't appear to be going his way?
Yeah, he's, I mean, at this point, and it seems silly because he's less than a minute down, he's kind of done, right? Like he just needs to, at this point, he knows he's not catching that group. That's not happening. And he needs to kind of do what he can to have a decent bike split. You see him shake his head there a little bit, and not get too demotivated, and just be okay with fighting for a top 10 position, maybe a top 5 if he has a great run. But yeah, he's just out of it. The race win is not on the table for Jan Strotman here today.
It's tough, but that's what happens in racing. But that's when you come back to what you still can achieve, and every second matters, and can still throw some good points up on the board. But right now, things going the way of Rico Bogan, things not going so well for Jan Strotman, who sits a minute back on the Zoot bike course.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
beautiful overhead shot of Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo Zoot bike course. The lead athletes are about 30 kilometers through this course, just getting up on 30 kilometers through this course on a beautiful, beautiful morning, Didi.
Absolutely beautiful morning, and if you are just joining us, I'm Didi Griesbauer sitting alongside Matt Lieto, and we are here in Venice-Jesolo. We're about 50 minutes outside of downtown Venice in this gorgeous beach community here. I believe I was quoted 9 miles of luxurious beaches, the second most popular beach destination here in Italy. And Rico Bogan leads our men's race with Lena Meissner at the front of our women's race. But in addition to the pro athletes out there today, we have approximately 3,000, Matt, age group triathletes competing. And among them are a number of athletes who use TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman, to get themselves race ready. These TriDot athletes get the unique benefit of expert coaching and AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits to guide their strategy. Today, we have a TriDot athlete. Her name is Anniko Born. Let's hear a bit from her about her goals and her strategy for nailing her race plan here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo.
I'm Anniko Born. I'm South African, but been living in the UK for the last 10 years. And on Sunday, I'm going to be racing Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. So I chose this race because it's a beautiful location. I've heard some great things about it. It's fast and flat course. And also it's one of the first races of the season, and I wanted to give myself something to train for over the winter. TriDot's helped me prepare for this race just because it's really, I've been able to manage my training stress really well. So I'm not overloading and burning out, which is great. And obviously I work full time, and it's really helped. You know, sometimes you can't stick to your training plans necessarily, you know, because things change and you've got to adapt to life. And TriDot's really good at helping you pivot and adapt, but still keeping the momentum of your training going. So it's been really, really good with that. And also I think it's just helped me keep really good balance. And if I really think about it, it's the first time I've ever felt that I've been really strong in in all 3 disciplines, so swimming, cycling, running. My coach is Will Usher from Precision Race Team, and yeah, he's helped me by bringing a lot of structure to my training. You know, he also, like with TriDot, helps me pivot my training quite a lot, and yeah, it just gives me a lot of confidence and structure. I think obviously I want to push myself. I want to cross the finish line feeling really strong and proud, you know, keep consistent with all my paces. But then at the same time, you know, this is my hobby and it's something that I enjoy. So I just want to show up and also have fun, you know, with all the hard work that I've put in.
Well, there you go. TriDot, one of the great benefits, pacing plans and predictive splits. So we will follow Anniko Born's progress. She is currently making her way through the Roca swim course, that predictive time 38:44 into a 3:14 bike split. So we will follow her progress on the Ironman tracker and see how well she measures up with her training against her predictive times, Matt.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Awesome to see her having such a good time. And again, you know, talking about it being her hobby, but still wanting to do the best that she can. Athletes out here trying to do the best they can to stay as close to Rico Bogan as possible. That's that chase group. And man, they are really pushing the pace here. And it looks like there still is a pretty decent gap. We can't really see where Rico is up the road at this point, but you know, these athletes are chasing just to try to stay with these athletes ahead.
Well, not just chasing, but splintering a little bit. That was a big group of 8, and now they're sort of 2s and 3s and Rico Bogan off the front. So that's indicative of, again, given the nature of this really flat course, how fast that pace actually is.
Yep, that's Sam Dickinson doing his best to keep up with these 2 athletes in front of him. A little bit of a gap. He had to go around that athlete that he had just passed to try to bridge up as much as possible. But he looks comfortable. He looks in control. But these athletes are absolutely moving out here, Didi. And we'll see, this is a great little pan shot. Shows you the distance between Dickinson and the athlete in front of him, and we'll see who that athlete is here in just a second. But another great shot of Sam Dickinson as he cruises through kind of the little outskirts of Venice-Jesolo.
Yeah, spectacular scenery, but no time for these athletes to be taking it in today. You see the influence certainly of water here in Jesolo, just as it is in Venice. They call it the floating city. Yep. The city actually built on a series of islands, so water everywhere. But right now, these athletes looking up the road and seeing nothing but dry road. Rico Bogan nowhere in sight for these guys continuing to chase.
Yeah, they are doing their best to stay as close to Rico as possible. And we'll get another shot here in a second as we see these other chasing athletes going through. I believe that was Schoenberg that just went through the kind of screen there for a second. But athletes just cruising through here. Again, very, very fast pace here, Didi. Just shy of 30 miles an hour as they're going through this section.
And you know what I see as I look behind this, we'll call this the chase pack to Rico Bogan, behind that 8th place athlete there. And that's a whole lot of open road, which is bad news for Jan Stratman.
Yep, Cameron Main on screen right now, doing his best to stay in this group. That looks like it is 8 athletes at this point. So it's curious where Rico is. There's still some athletes behind this camera here. Let's see, what do we got there?
7?
Yeah, there's one more behind this athlete. So cruising through here, that was Holm. Again, cruising through the waterways here, as you said, Didi, is kind of a signature in this area. And these athletes not really able to soak it in as much as maybe some of the athletes a little bit further back. But further back, you can see behind this athlete on screen, nothing but space, empty roads behind.
Well, we can see on the Zoot bike course progress status at the bottom part of your screen where our men's racers are on the course, as the tracker just updates, showing Rico Bogan at 24 seconds up the road from the leaders that include Sam Dickinson, Schomburg, Solok in there, Westerman, Cameron Main also in that group, Holm, who you just mentioned, and it's a minute 24 back to Lewis Woodgate, who's with Jan Stratman.
Yeah, and that's Schaffler that we see right here at the end of this group, doing his best to kind of make sure he doesn't get popped off. He looks pretty comfortable at this point, and in some ways staying in the back can be the most comfortable place. So you're not, you might get yo-yoed a little bit, but you're not dealing with other athletes maybe passing you and having to respond to that. But this group is moving, but not moving as fast as Rico Bogan, who has 25 seconds on this group at this point, which is a pretty huge effort, Didi. That is a lot, considering that, again, Jan Stratman still a minute behind this chase group.
Yeah, pretty epic. The one piece of data we're still looking for is Lacour, who is a minute 25 back at the last check. He seems to be missing his chip, so he's one that I want to keep an eye on and see what that kind of time gap is. Yeah.
And I think you might have missed Emil Holm giving the chef's kiss to the bike course here in Venice-Jesolo. I bet he had a great accent as he did that. Thank you so much for that. As we just saw Cameron Main as well. These athletes still enjoying themselves. And to me, that says that, as Simon Westerman here on screen, that they're moving, but it's not crazy fast. If you see Emil Holm look at the camera and say, does the little chef's kiss, like, it's in the group, it's contained. And, he's maybe an athlete that's like, you know what, these other guys are the favorites. I'm going to let them do what they need to do to try to get back up to Rico Bogan. I'm just going to sit here and be the one that has run legs at the end. But certainly a lot of energy left in the legs of Emil Holm.
Well, as we just went past Westerman there, for as calm and comfortable and amused as Holm seemed, it did seem like Westerman was wearing a little bit of strain on the face, making a pass there, but some of the athletes perhaps working a little harder than the others to stay in this group.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how it goes, especially in the early sections of a race like this. You're going to see some athletes really stressing while others are comfortable, and that's Vladimir Solok cruising through here as we get a nice shot. Our cameraman's introducing us all one by one to the athletes here on screen. And again, this is bib number 7, and again, I think one of the motivators for Rico Bogan to be riding as fast as he is, and that's Betados, very, very talented and again aggressive athlete is Panagiotis Betados. And back, Didi, with our men's leader Rico Bogan, nothing but empty road in front of him and creating an empty road behind him as he cruises through the early sections of the Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo bike course.
You know, first, you know he's motoring, Matt, because you could just look at the speeds, but look at how smooth and relaxed he looks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he looks super, super smooth as he looks to his right and sees the gap that he has on those chasers. That's an awesome shot. So he's gone around a little 180 on the course here, and you can see over his right shoulder that he has quite a gap on those athletes behind. And Didi, maybe talk us through what the tactics are like now in that grouping of 7 athletes, right? Like, so if you've got a Schoenberg at the front, or whoever's at the front currently, I think last time it was Solok or Westerman, are there athletes just sitting on being like, you know what, I'm not going to win this race anyways. If you want to win this race, you pull me up to Rico?
I think it depends on how well you run and how well you back yourself on the run compared to Rico Bogan. If you need to keep that gap, you might be a little bit more motivated to do a bit of work. But I think a lot of those guys are likely kind of just happy to be there. and so that it's hard to motivate the group to really, again, we say it all the time, work together, right? To try to put distance into Rico. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of movement within that group. We saw Westerman, make a move past one athlete, but it doesn't seem like anyone is motivated to, hey, let's go get him. As we check in with our women's leader again, this is Lena Meissner, who had an exceptional swim. She has Loveseth has moved up into 2nd place and now sits 145 back, so she continues to impress. Maya Stea Nielsen at 211 back. She was one of our big movers. Yamolo has moved down a spot. Yonya Pratt has moved down a bit, and Ann Reichman really struggling to find any traction and get moving here.
Yeah, and then she's about kept her gap to the leader, actually riding almost identically to our leader at this point, a little bit faster than our leaders, but she had a pretty large gap out of the swim just because of the dominant swim by Meissner. But as you pointed out, Solveig Loveseth moved up 3 positions since the start of this bike ride and is definitely the mover on course as far as that very, very pointy end. But, we're seeing it to be a little bit different. Instead of one big group, we've got a group of 2 with Loveseth and Amelia Moriere, and then a group of 3 with Maya Stea Nielsen, Lamolo, and Pratt all riding together as well. So those smaller groups are going to be a bit tougher to be able to pull up to our leader here, but still some athletes, air quotes, working together out here on the bike course.
And just gives you an indication of some of the speeds these athletes are carrying. 27.3 miles an hour, 44 kilometers per hour for 70.3. That is smoking. I mean, we're used to seeing Lena Meissner at the front of the swim. She's a strong cyclist, but the fact that she is holding off everyone in the field with the exception of Loveseth, who continues to sort of chip away at her, but an outstanding performance so far from the young German.
Oh, absolutely. Dominating, really, at this point. Loveseth is going to be a tough athlete to keep in the rear view over this full distance of this bike course, but she's certainly putting in a bid to try to do so and is not afraid to give it a shot. So very, very impressed by Meissner at this point of this race as she cruises through the beautiful countryside here in Venice-Jesolo.
And there we can take a look at some of our GPS-generated speeds. These are real-time updated every 30 seconds or so. So this is real. This is not off the tracker, folks. These are real-time speeds that we get. Our professional athletes wearing GPS trackers under their kits there that enable us to capture this sort of live data as it's happening. So you can see some of the speeds there from our professional women's athletes as we rejoin the men.
Yeah, and that group's still doing the best they can. And
there's no instigator here, right? Like there's no one, they seem content.
No, yeah, I think you're right. I think the athlete that you would need one of the pre-race favorites to be in this group to put the effort in and to have the impetus to try to go after Rico. I mean, Rico is that type of athlete, and he's up the road. If Strotman was here, he'd be pushing the pace. If Leonard Arnold was here, he'd be pushing the pace. And they're just not, right? And there's a part of me that thought maybe it would be Schoenberg, but I also think right now he's like, okay, Rico's up the road, but he's not like that far up the road, right? So like if Rico is doing all this work on his own, and you're someone like Schoenberg or maybe another athlete in this group that has the ability to ride really fast, you're thinking, you know what? If I put an effort in to try to bridge up to Rico, I'm going to lose more time effort-wise on the run than I would gain by just kind of sitting in this group. So Schoenberg right now kind of eyeing his competitors, also thinking about that every second matters. Didi, on a course like this, it's 2,500 points for the first place athlete and then a point a second you are behind. This race is going to be very, very fast. So the points lost if you don't win like a Schoenberg and you're looking for the Ironman Pro Series points are going to be quite small if you stay in a safe place like this group.
But what we saw just a moment ago was Rico Bogan, and it did update on me there because I was gonna say Rico Bogan traveling a full kilometer per hour faster than this chase group. We saw Rico Bogan at 52K per hour with the chasers. Now that's updated since the last GPS hit, but you can see why Rico Bogan has the gap that he has. Rico Bogan now through 48.8 kilometers, and start your watches. We'll see what the gap is now.
Yeah, there's a turnaround that we saw here, and clearly, you know, we saw him cruising kind of that other direction a second ago, and now we have splits coming through. Didi, 1 minute and 36 seconds to this group, and that athlete is Valdemar Solak, Cameron Main. That is a ton of time on this flat and fast of a course, and it kind of makes sense. Rico is a larger athlete.
Yep.
He has watts, he has power, but you also have to have gumption. You also have to have aerodynamics. You have to also have grit to be able to get around there, as we see these athletes manage this 180 very, very well and get right back up to speed. And trying to get a number on this bib, but that's
Strotman. Yeah.
So eating words.
Yeah.
Because, and I was just counting, Didi, that I'm like, I know there's 8 people in that group, and now it's 9. It's not that Rico is blazing off the front now. The gas has come out of this chase group, right? So this chase group has gone back, so to speak, to Jan Strotman and Woodgate as well. Now it's Yannick Stoll is 240 back. So, you know, we were talking about who the energy is going to come from in this group, and the answer was no one.
Yep.
And now Strotman's there, but I think he's probably spent too much energy to now be that person that has that impetus.
Yeah, but you can see a little bit of wind back in his sails. I think the fact that he's back amongst this group, he's like, okay, I got Rico off the front, but I'm back in it. Like, I'm back here. I'm back in it. This isn't the sort of doomsday scenario we were looking at 20 minutes ago.
But to me, it's crazy. They threw up the parachute, right?
Yeah.
Like, they lost a minute in 20 kilometers on Strotman and his riding companion, and Rico Bogan.
And I want to ask, we're with the women here, and this is our first look at some of these women, so I want to stay with that. But we talk about Rico Bogan, 136 through 48.8 kilometers. Is that enough? You ruminate on that while we spend some time talking about our women's chasers here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we can see the field is coming together a little bit. We saw right there on screen, that was Morier, and she is riding with Lovseth at this point. So Great stuff from these two athletes.
Yeah, I think that's a great performance from Moriere. Loveseth, on paper, was one of the athletes most dominant here on the bike. So the fact that Loveseth closing in on Meissner, that's a great bike performance so far from Emily Moriere.
Oh, no, it's amazing and absolutely crushing it, as is this athlete on screen. And, two athletes that are certainly shooting towards Ironman Pro Series races, Ironman 70.3 World Championships here in Marbella as well. The 2025 Ironman Pro Series continues to deliver strong pro fields at every event. And our next stop in the series is in the Intermountain Health Ironman at 70.3 St. George North American Championship. Recently, Didi, I sat down with Paula Finley, fresh off the heels of her win in Oceanside, and she spoke about wanting to give Taylor a run for her money at this year's Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Would be quite a thing to see, and whether or not she goes in for 70.3 Worlds or does she target her first Ironman this year. Take a listen to a bit of a conversation I was able to have with Paula Finley.
I'm second guessing it a little bit. And like, do I really want to do an Ironman this year, or do I want to go all in on 70.3 Worlds and try to podium there and be fast and just have this, similar to the way people prep for Kona and make it their whole year, do that for 70.3 Worlds and make that the biggest deal of my season without plugging this big unknown into the middle of it. But at the same time, I do want to try something different. I think I'll be good at it. Yeah. It's an exciting story, and it's really like having that in the back of my mind is part of the reason I've been better at nutrition and just thinking about these little things that are essential in Ironman racing.
And I love everything about that, because the trying something different, the putting it out there, like, I think that's huge. Mm-hmm. And like Ironman is scary, and that's why it's like such a rad thing, right? Yeah. But I think I love just as much, and maybe more to a certain extent, the Marbella part, because that's Paula believing that she can win a world championship.
Yeah. And I haven't felt like that the last couple of years. I was second in 2022.
I know.
And of course, Taylor Nibb's in the sport, and I put her on this pedestal and think she's unbeatable, but anything can happen in a race. Mm-hmm. And she's doing so much this year, maybe she'll be tired by then. So if I just take this race and that's my focus, who knows what can happen. And I have a team now around me that believes it can happen, looking at, data from previous years and all these glaringly obvious low-hanging fruit types of things I can improve on in my own racing. Maybe it's possible. So I don't want to do an Ironman just to give up on like, okay, I'm never going to beat Nib, or I'm never going to win a 70.3 World, so let's just totally do something different. That's not the reason I want to do a full.
That's awesome. I was stoked to be able to get into
I'm gonna give you some kudos. I'm gonna give you some kudos,
Thanks.
Matt. That was a good podcast.
Thank you.
I'm not a huge podcast listener, but I listened to that one and I thought it was exceptional.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what she decides. Either way, I'm sure it'll be exciting. You can listen to Paula's full conversation with me and other episodes of Ironman Insider presented by Morton, wherever you get your podcasts or watch on the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Got some new ones coming up here in the next few days with Christian Blumenfeld and Patrick Longa. So tune in. It's going to be great. But right now, again, Didi, important things to talk about are the women on screen, and that's Emily Moriere and Sylvain Loveseth. Absolutely cruising.
I can't say enough positive things about this performance from Emily Moriere. Not that Solveig Loveseth isn't extraordinary, but I expected this from Solveig on the bike.
Right.
This is an exceptional performance from Emily Moriere. What a performance! The fact that she is going literally wheel to wheel with Solveig Loveseth. So great performance. Could be a big breakthrough in our women's race as we come back to our men. Lots of exciting racing on tap.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Welcome back to our coverage of Ironman 70.3 Jesolo. This is the 5th stop on the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. It's our third 70.3 of the series, and it's our first European stop. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Matt Lieto. And Matt, we've got some exciting racing going on, both in the men's and women's side. Rico Bogan on a flyer off the front of this men's chase group as we check in with men bib number 33 here. The men can't really do much to bring Rico Bogan back. They've given up a lot of time and enabled Jan Stratman to get back on board that chase group. At one point, Jan was minute and a half down, and now he's right back with this group of now 9, I think we counted, chasers.
Yep. Yeah, and Cameron Main here pushing the pace, doing the best he can to stay somewhat close. And I'm so impressed, Didi, with kind of the impetus that Rico Bogan took. You know, at first when we saw him on camera right at the beginning, you're like, oh, he's kind of hanging off the back of this group. And then once you saw him work his way through, he just went straight to the front. And to get a minute and a half, but as I see here now, Didi, that was Stratman has moved into 3rd position in this group. So he's now moving his way up. And he's like, guys, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, you're letting this guy go away?
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's grateful that he was able to catch the rest of this group from them feeling like they sat up to a certain extent. But it doesn't look like they sat up. It's just Rico is just moving.
Well, Rico's moving, and there was a bit of, like, as we were saying, a bit of lack of leadership in the chasers. Now that Stratman is amongst them, maybe they get something moving.
Yeah, no, I think so. And I mean, that group, you know, we talk about there maybe not being this firepower that, like, if Rico still has a great run and the group behind has a great run, there doesn't seem like there's a runner in there that can run up to Rico. Maybe not, maybe so. But more so, that group, the talent of those athletes together, like, it is going to be a running race between this group of 9 for sure.
Well, sure, yeah. And maybe that's what they're thinking now. Like, Bogan, is he too far off the front? Because in this group, do we have the superstar runners? Cameron Main's a solid runner.
Oh, for sure.
He could definitely do some damage. I was going to ask at one point I asked before the break when we were quickly with the women, how much is enough for Rico Bogan against Cameron Main, against Jan Stratman? Like, how much is enough? And we kind of don't know, because there have been so many changes for Rico Bogan as well. Has this new coaching change putting a little extra fire in his run?
Yeah, no, it's quite possible that there's something up for grabs as far as whether or not Rico is going to have that. I think he does. I've got some confidence that if he's riding this well, that he knows what he's doing. This is fourth place female here, Maya Stage-Nielsen. I don't know if you
who
can
is that?
tell.
I don't know.
I'm pretty good at
we've
like
got
just
next level signaling
subliminal messages here, but I kind of think that's our fourth place female, Maya Stage-Nielsen. Didi, but to quickly answer your question, I think he has a great opportunity where he's at, and I think he's going to be able to run well. But yes, he definitely has some talented runners behind. But talented women on the screen right now is Maya Stage-Nielsen.
I think Maya, she was 5th place in the Ironman Pro Series last year, so a really good all-around athlete, super strong at the Ironman, maybe not, super strong at the 70.3 as well. A little bit of I'm going to use air quotes, a disappointing race for her in South Africa, bouncing back and coming here to Ironman 70.3 at Venice-Jesolo. We checked in with Maya pre-race. Here's what she had to say about her thoughts on racing here in Italy.
Hi, I'm Maya, and I'm here in Italy racing Venice-Jesolo 70.3.
Where's your strength lie in this particular course on a flat course?
I think, well, one thing is to be like in the TT position for the whole time, and well, we do have quite a few turns to get out, but yeah, I think to be able to sustain a certain power for a long time, that's what I can do.
Expectations for the weekend?
Most of all, to finish a strong race and feel like I have been fighting to the very end and like racing from start to finish, if that makes sense, and really giving it my very best shot.
All you can do is give it your best shot, and when Maya gives it her best shot, usually pretty good things come out of the other end. And yeah, great athlete with a great attitude, and right now she's doing good things. She's moving her way through the course, and again, currently riding in 4th place. Last time split we had, she was 2 minutes and 15 seconds off of the lead, but riding a little bit slower, but pretty close to the same pace as the women in 2nd and 3rd place, and Solveig Lovseth and Emily Morier. So definitely holding her own as we see her go through one of these technical 180 sections of the course. That is Maya Stage-Nielsen.
Great performance so far for Maya. Coming off particularly her race in South Africa not that long ago and backing it up with a super strong performance here as we come back to, I didn't catch a quick bib number there, bib number 21 here. 23. 23?
Yeah, so that is, let's see here.
Oh, would that be Jędrzejczyk?
Looks like it.
Yeah, all the way back here. She is rounding out our top 10 right now. So coming back and moving forward as we take a look at our supplemental stats brought to you by AG1. Jenny Jędrzejczyk at 43.38 kilometers per hour. She is sitting at the back as we move forward. That is Moriarty there. Distinctive kit. Thank you for that. That helps us out a great deal. Made a big trip over to Europe, spent some time in Girona in preparations for this race, place she loves to train. And it was a good stopover in preparation for this race. So Fiona Moriarty back in 9th place as we continue to pan forward through our women's field.
Yeah, cruising through here. It looks like, yeah, Fiona's doing her best to hang in there just outside of the top 10 so far, but she's within sight and continuing to have a good early section ride on the early section of this bike course here. But we are back with our men's group, our men's chase group here, and that athlete on the screen is Valdemar Solik at the very back of this chase group of 8 athletes at this point, looks like, and we've got some pretty big firepower in this group. Didi again, Panagotis Batados in there, Jonas Schoenberg in there as well. One surprise, you know, one of the pre-race favorite local hometown athlete that people were hoping would have a chance to defend his title, and that is Fabian Alessandro, not in this group at all, so kind of out of the race for the win here certainly, but back to the front of the bike course, and the athlete that is in the driver's seat for the win here currently is Rico Bogan. And Didi, I was looking earlier, we were talking about some, obviously a lot of very talented runners in that chase group, but Cameron Main at 70.3 Geelong this year, 109.21.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some wheels, and, it's hard because, yes, this is a very fast bike course.
Yep.
But people think, oh, it's a fast bike course, so it's an easy bike course. Like,
no.
Their legs will feel
Yes.
worse than a hilly bike course coming off of this, right? So it's, you think you're going to see 107s, but you might not because it's just such a hard.
Well, there's no respite, right? There's no, while there are a couple of sharp turns, as we're seeing Rico Bogan navigate one of those here, there's no respite. So you're not descending a hill, you're not getting a break, you're not even changing the muscle groups necessarily, as we see Rico Bogan up out of the saddle here, making that 180.
Yeah.
You're not sitting up, you're locked into that position. So the fatigue is, you're 100% right on. It's a greater amount of fatigue. And the thing I worry about with Rico Bogan is that we look at some of the guys who've got some wheels to run in the chase group. Rico's doing this all on his own. So while the other guys riding legally, it's a whole lot easier.
It is, but I will say, I've been talking to athletes, and I said had recently yet to be released podcast with Christian Blumenfeld, and like those groups, you're spiking. Your energy is spiking a lot. So like he was saying in Texas, his normalized power was 20 watts over his average power. So that can take a different type of effort out of your legs if you have to have those kind of reactions, especially at that speed. And we did see on screen there a great second ago the speed of Rico Bogan, and talking about, is a flat course hard? You just go out and try to ride your bike for any period of time at 27.5 miles an hour. Now do that for 2 hours and under 2 hours. That is pretty darn challenging. And right now,
Holm is in trouble. This is hurting my legs, right? I think he got caught up. I think Race Ranger went red. Red means go. There is nowhere for him to slot in, and he is burning so many matches right now.
All of the matches.
The book is empty.
Yeah, he just burned it all at once. And he kind of has to do this, and there's probably enough space in this athlete here, but he's not taking it. He's going all the way to the front. And Didi, the pace that these athletes are riding, like Rico, his predictive finish now, and again, that's just predictive if he holds the same pace, is 151 bike split, right? So that's crazy fast. So even if these guys were like, oh man, what are these guys? They're soft pedaling, they threw the parachute up. They're lost a minute and a half. It's like, dude, they're going so fast. Like, it's brutal. And to me, I think it's some of these athletes that have more experience, like Cameron Main has experience in a course like that. I just talked about Geelong. To be able to be in this position in the same gear except for these 180s the entire time just zaps your legs. And Emil straight to the front, and then it's not making it look like he overcooked it too hard, but we're going to get a split. This red carpet, this section here shows us that we're going to get a split on these athletes chasing behind once they get over this bridge. Rico Bogan went through at 119.22 through 64 kilometers. And again, just in a little bit, we'll have a split on these athletes chasing behind, Didi.
Now we got these athletes up out of the saddle trying to maybe break this group apart. Again, that 180 turn, a little tough to navigate. So by putting in a little bit of a surge, can you shake one or two of them? They get sort of asleep at the switch there.
And Didi, it is 2:24 to Emil Holm with Jan Stratman on his wheels. So they continue to lose time. And, I think, if we say, we're down, like whether or not Rico, is this enough room for him? He's a smart athlete, right? He now sees in these sections like how much time he has. If he had any doubt in his running ability, he would back off a little bit and save some energy. But 2.5 minutes, and it does look like these two are slightly separating, or at least putting pressure on the field as we see some of these athletes doing their best to chase behind, and that is Jonas Schoenberg and Lewis Westgate, Simon Westerman behind him. And again, talking about Cameron Main was one of those athletes in this group as well.
But you know, Matt, what we were talking about, how that sort of chase group got a little complacent, put the parachute, so to speak, up, enabled Stratman to get back on. This chase group is now 11 strong. So a couple of guys have caught back onto this. This is a massive, massive group now.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Lewis and Schaffler maybe caught back up to this group. So yeah, I mean, they're doing what they can, but they're not. I think exactly what you had said earlier, Didi. There isn't a captain, so to speak, right? There isn't somebody driving it. You don't see an athlete that, you know, gets past and then falls back and says, come on, guys, let's go, let's go. Like, there's none of that.
Is this group too big for there to be a captain now, right? Like, what is the appropriate size, right? Like, so now we're looking at 11 athletes. There's too many of them.
Yeah, I think you're right. There are too many. Now the opportunity of the, like, quote unquote captain would be if there's anybody in this group that is like not, you know, that's a 115 runner compared to these 112 runners, right? Like, they're going to have to make their own effort a little bit to try to soften the legs of the better runners in this field, but that's the only hope. Like, there's nobody in this group now that is like trying to bridge up to Rico. This group, to answer your question, is big enough where now these guys are racing each other with a small hope that Rico's messed up and he's gone too hard, which I don't think is the case.
I'm just watching some of these dynamics here as these guys are looking around. This is a narrow stretch of road. A lot of those athletes trying to make some passes there and getting a little caught up in it as we're back to our men's leader, Rico Bogan. A lot of things going really, really well for this young man here today.
Absolutely. We see him doing the smart thing, doesn't want to lose any of his water, sees the speed bump. Wow. Sees the speed bump coming, gets the elastic band over his water bottle, so he's nowhere near getting a penalty for littering. Rico Bogan, I will give the chef's kiss to that move. Rico Bogan doing it right.
Well, that's an athlete who is very, very present in what is going on right now.
Amazing.
You know, it tells me he is in control right now. Given his ridiculous pace, still has the mindset to say, hey, I've got a bottle on the back. I still need those calories, those electrolytes, speed bump coming, batten down the hatches.
And to your point, to look deeper into it, he's not overextending himself.
Exactly.
He's not bonked. He's in a spot where he's done it well and is putting himself in the right position.
And of course, our split screen here, we've got our men's leader on the left side of your screen, back with our women's leader on the right side of your screen. That is Lena Meissner, but the bad news for her is that through 48.8 kilometers, Solveig Løvseth has continued to chip away time. She has dispensed Emily Morier, who is now 1:24 back in third place. Solveig Løvseth now 43 seconds back of the lead. So Solveig Løvseth continues to be the fastest mover on course, but Lena Meissner still doing a great job of it at the front of this women's race.
Oh, absolutely. No, she's in control, and you know, this is not an athlete we thought was going to ride away from this field, right? So like, this is, you know, you kind of get wings when you've got a lead, and you know, we see that gap open a little bit, and you know, hope that she's, you know, is on this special day, but in the end, she knows what she's capable of, and she probably didn't write on paper, get out of the swim first, put another 4 minutes on everybody, and then, you know, run this pace. She's like, oh, I'm going to get my time on the swim. That's going to be what I want to give myself a cushion so that I can still be in the race at the end of this bike ride. And she's putting herself in that space, and I think doing it well. And the only athlete that's getting that close is Solveig Løvseth, who is, you know, in some ways a transcendent cyclist when she's on it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And you know, Maja Steen Nielsen holding steady in that sort of 210 to 220 back, not really making inroads. Anne Reichman has chipped away. She's back in 7th place, but at one point she was 350 back. She's now 325 back. So she's chipping away slowly. Took her a bit to get her legs into it, but she's not out of it. Certainly possibly a podium. She's a brilliant runner, so keeping an eye on her progress as well.
No, absolutely, and we can see one of these out and back sections. Definitely you know, some of our maybe age group athletes out there, and maybe some of the pro men, but certainly she's going to be looking over her shoulder to see if she sees any of her chasers and kind of what that gap is. And she certainly would see Lovseth having closed a substantial amount of time and space, and it's, you know, about halfway through this bike course.
Still has to keep that positive mindset, though, in the fact that as we now see the GPS data updating above and beyond our timing mat, back at 48.8 kilometers, Lovseth now 32 seconds back. So, yeah, great performance from Solveig Lovseth. We expected no less from her on the bike here today.
No, certainly not, and this is her on screen on the right side of the screen. Cruising well, there she is. You can see her making sure she's getting some nutrition. It looks like maybe she's got some concentrate or gel on that down tube. She's got some hydration off the back.
Bottle looks a little janky to me on the left-hand side, so subliminally telling her, give that little bottle a tap.
Give it a tap, tap, taparoo.
She goes over that speed bump. She doesn't have a rubber band on that. That could be a lost cause.
Yeah, and you know, unintentional littering can be a thing as well. Yep. So she's got to be careful of that. But we'll do a little prayer.
Yeah, I'm messaging out onto the course.
The roads are smooth, so no big bumps. So she's got to pay attention.
Left tap, Solveig. Left tap.
Exactly. We saw from Rico Bogan, you can make your own destiny when it comes to littering out on course and keeping all your nutrition on board.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Cruising through the bike course here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is Lovseth, and it's us here back in studio. I'm Matt Lieto here with Didi Griesbauer, bringing you all the action out here from this beautiful course, currently out on the Zoot bike course. And Didi, not a bad place to call a race.
Not a bad place to call a race. I am still obsessing over Solveig Lovseth. Oh, she goes over a bump, every bump in the road. I'm watching that left water bottle. She's got to tap that down and perilously close to losing that. Doesn't want to do that, but boy, you can see the effort on Lena Meissner's face at this point.
Yeah, no, she started pulling faces here not too long ago, and you know, fair to her. She's putting in a huge effort. Again, only athlete not to be able to catch her, or the athlete that she's trying to hold away is Lovseth, who is an incredible cyclist. So it's going to take a huge effort for her to do that, and you can see that on her face a little bit. But these two women cruising through the countryside here in Venice-Jesolo, yeah, as good of a course as this gets.
And you know, Matt, given the nature of this course, with the last update we got off the GPS, was that Lovseth was about 30 seconds down on this course. She'll have eyes on Meissner now, and that's a great carrot to have, right? To know that at one point you were as much as more than 2 minutes down, and now suddenly the lead of the race is in your sights.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And there's something about a flat course too that when you're cruising at that speed, it just feels like she feels like she's just rolling, right? Like yeah. If you're going 25 miles an hour, that feels good too, or 20 miles an hour, that's fine, even if you're catching people. But when you're going the speeds that Lovseth's going right now, it's like, oh man, this feels rad. I am just flying.
I am so fast. As we check in here with our stats here for Lena Meissner at 28.6 miles per hour. That's 46 kilometers per hour, currently on a 0.1% grade. This is real-time GPS data coming to you off a very small tracker the athletes have on the back of their kits here, so able to bring you much more detailed and up-to-date geographic location for our athletes on course, including speeds, gradients, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, here we are with our women's leader, Lena Meissner.
Yeah, cruising. 28.6 miles an hour. That is pretty
not slow.
Darn fast. Like I said, try to do that for any period of time and I'd be impressed, let alone sustain it for a large portion of 70.3 as our women's leader Meissner is currently doing. But beautiful section of the course as we see us go back to our third place athlete on the road right now. That's Morier. And she looks so good on a bike, very, very smooth. And it seems like, and I know she's losing a little bit of time to Lovseth, and Lovseth looks quite smooth too, but the effort seems like it's coming easier, certainly, for Morier than Meissner at this point, and she just looks very, very, very smooth.
Yeah, she looks smooth. Again, this is the first time we've seen her. We talked a little bit about how some of our European athletes, this is their sort of hit-out race of the season. So while some of our athletes, we talked about Maja Nielsen having raced South Africa. This is the first time we've seen Emily Morier this year. She had a 6th place finish last year at 70.3 Les Sables and an 8th place finish at 70.3 Switzerland. So certainly a superb hit out on her season so far here at Venice-Jesolo.
Yeah, no, doing quite well. And Didi, for how this race is kind of shaping up on the women's side, as we see Lovseth now with the GPS just over 20 seconds behind. Meissner seems like she's not going to be able to, it's not likely she's going to be able to hold on to that lead.
No.
So if it's Lovseth or Meissner, what kind of time do they need on the athletes behind? Like, we're talking about Maja Nielsen not having the best ride, but she's still only a minute and a half behind Lovseth at this point. And then we saw Reichman at 3:21 back. Like, what kind of gap do these two women need? And we see right now Lovseth bridging up and about to make the pass on our women's leader, Meissner.
Well, Lovseth, the bad news for the rest of the women in the field is that Lovseth is arguably one of the stronger runners in the women's field. Okay. So once she takes this lead, it's going to be really tough for any of the other women to hope they have a chance against Lovseth. Some of the other great runners, Anne Reichman, super strong, but it doesn't seem like Anne Reichman, based on how she typically would bike, I would expect her to bike, might seem that she might have a little bit of Ironman South Africa still in her legs. She's just not turning the pedals over and inserting herself into the race the way that I thought that she would. Other great runners, Grassball Christensen is a very, very good runner, but at the moment she's 4:09 back, and I don't think she's going to be able to run that into Lovseth. Could she run her way into a top 5? Absolutely. So when we start to preview and think about some of the women who could still insert themselves into this race, definitely those are some of the runners that come to mind.
That's awesome. Appreciate that. And I know, and I'm surprised you didn't comment, but marked safe on the Venice-Jesolo bike course is Lovseth's left rear water bottle.
Excellent.
She made it through a bumpy section. She pushed it down as she bridges up to our women's leader, Meissner. She took some time, which you often do. You can see her sit up before she wanted to make the pass. Everything's got to be in order, got to make sure everything's smooth, and then she can go by and pass with authority, and Meisner will think that she just has only been there for a second and cruised right by.
Yep.
As we see our third place athlete as well, Morier, cruising around one of these twisty sections of the course.
So currently on screen, our top 3 professional females here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. We have for the first time potentially a lead change here with Solveig Lovseth stalking Lena Meisner, who has had an exceptional race thus far. Emily Morier also having a superb race, sitting in third place. She's on the right-hand side of your screen. She sits about just under a minute and a half back from our 2 lead women.
Yeah, and looking smooth as she does it. And, you know, I want to say our women's leader is doing a pretty good job of holding off Lovseth, and maybe Lovseth had to put in a pretty good effort, maybe more than what we assumed, and maybe burning a match or 2 to bridge up to our leader and, you know, staying a group of 2 at this point.
Yep, group of 2 who are now overtaking some of the shrapnel of our professional men. So right now this is Lena Meisner and Solveig Lovseth biking into the back of the pro men's race here. So don't let your eyes deceive you. That's still our lead 2 women. They're just overtaking some of the back of the men's race.
And the men's race on the left-hand side of the screen, we can see Rico Bogan still cruising through the field now, 3 minutes and 5 seconds in front of chasing group with Simon Westerman, Jan Stratman, Emil Holm at the front currently. And that group is still pretty big, and it seems to be maybe even growing at 11 athletes in that group, Didi. And it looks like some athletes bridging up as well. And I think one thing, you know, I was talking about parachutes and that group's going slow, but you look further down and like Ceccarelli is 6 minutes down from the last split. It's going to be much more at this split. Anthony Costas, known as a very, very aerodynamic fast cyclist, 6 minutes down. Fabian 6 minutes down. And again, that was the last split. So the gaps from this group, like this group is moving.
Yeah.
It's just this man on screen, Rico Bogan, is just on a totally different level and still holding enough pace at this point that our predictive split is still 1:52. And to do that by yourself on a flat course, but Didi, look at this. This is not the fastest course you could be on. This is a very technical, very turny, very twisty course. And I think Rico Bogan is showing some of his ability as a really, really good, talented cyclist, as we see Lovseth making the pass on Meisner, getting to the front of the course. And the first time we've had a different women's leader since the gun went off.
Yeah, absolutely. So now into the lead, Solveig Lovseth. Not necessarily surprising. She is one of the stronger cyclists in our professional women's field today. What surprised me is how long it took her to get there, by virtue of an exceptional swim from Lena Meisner, and so far a really strong performance on this Zoot bike course out of the young German. But Solveig Lovseth now in control of our women's race as we check back in with Maja Stea Nielsen, who sits in 4th place right now. She's been hovering at 210 to 220 back off the lead. Solveig Lovseth obviously moving forward, but hanging in there. Not really going forward, but certainly not falling back, in a solid performance so far from Maja.
Oh, absolutely a solid performance. And I think you pointed out earlier, her strength is more so shown in the longer Ironman distance races. So for a course that's this fast and flat, for her to be right there in it, she's certainly in a space still that she can win depending on the dynamics of the rest of this race. And Maja Stea Nielsen having a fantastic race here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo.
This is where I wanna be.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. Well, I tell you, Matt, for as much as Lena Meissner's riding strong, Solveig Lovseth is putting the afterburners on and certainly biking away from her in a hurry.
Yeah, she gathered herself, got a little bit of time, and then is like, you know what? That's enough. I'm gonna go ahead and put the pedal to the metal again.
Peace out. I'll see you later.
Yeah, she doesn't underestimate the athletes behind her, and can see that these gaps are still pretty darn close. Like we said, and Reichman on screen making good moves as well as she's cruising through the kind of middle sections of this bike course.
Yeah, Reichman, a little bit of a slow start onto the bike. Again, let's not forget, she won Ironman South Africa just about a month ago in a huge performance, both physically because, you know, it's winning an Ironman, but also emotionally. I think it was a long time coming for her to walk away with a major title like that. And she certainly has the talent to do it and was able to put it together on the day. So trying to back that up. We had a chat with Anne about her preparation between South Africa and racing here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Let's hear from Anne.
I do try to get like the atmosphere of the country where I'm racing. So I do that through music. I'm not trying to sing here. I'm not a very good musician.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Have you been here before?
As a kid, I spent a vacation in Venice, but never to Jesolo, so it's first time for me.
The course we're on this weekend is pancake flat.
Yeah.
Does that suit your strengths?
I think yes, yeah. I like climbing, but I'm obviously tall and therefore a bit heavier than most other athletes. So flat sections where you just have to, power through is something I really enjoy in racing. But for training, I like the climbs as well.
What are we gonna do now?
We are running for half an hour, 50 minutes easy with some drills, and then I do 5 times, 30 seconds, a bit harder. Perfect start for the season, and winning Cozumel was great, but doing it again in South Africa against like a really competitive field, it was just incredible. Oh, I was so happy. Swim was good, bike was hard, but felt good. Run was really hard, but so happy to finish in first place. I think in South Africa I learned to be just brave and risk something, even though I was not sure until the last maybe K if I'd gonna hold that first position, because Marta was running really, really steady and strong. I was like risking something and having it be successful. I try to do that here as well.
Why are you changing shoes mid-session?
Because, so those are my race shoes. And in race week, I like to wear the race shoes a couple of times. I'm not wearing carbon too often in training, but in race week, I'll try and do them for a few strides. But like for the easy runs, still like my normal trainer shoes, the Cliftons. And yeah.
When you're kind of doing back-to-back races like this, kind of back-to-back, how do you maintain that peak performance?
Fueling well, just taking lots of time to recover. Maybe, napping quite a lot, trying to sleep as good as possible, all the little things. And, when I'm not feeling super good, I also shorten a session or cancel it completely if I'm in a recovery kind of stage. So don't be shy of shortening or canceling sessions.
Thank you to Ann Reichman and A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at IronmanTry and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel.
And we're back up with our chase group. A little bit of shuffling happening. The athletes responding to some efforts up the road, and yeah, definitely a tough position for these athletes as they're making passes, getting past at the same time, but easy sailing for Rico Bogan. 3:20 now, another 15 seconds just in the last 5 kilometers on this group, and this is now a gap that it's like if Rico runs okay. Or like okay to well.
You can jog it in, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not quite, and it's funny because an okay is going to be like an 11 or a 12. That is a huge gap, and clearly that chase group, yes, maybe the average power is less, but that normalized power, that up and down effort, you can see there's so many times they've had to do. Rico's probably going 360 watts here in the flats.
Yep.
Those guys are going to have to do 400, 440 for short periods of time, which is really tough on the running legs.
Well, my question to you was going to be when we saw a little bit of shuffling as the athletes were sorting themselves out through a technical section, or they hear a moto come by and they think, what's going on? And part of this is the influence of Race Ranger. You can't fudge it anymore, right? The light turns red, you know what you have to do. How much has that changed the dynamic where in the past, before Race Ranger, when we didn't have sort of the color-coded light system telling you whether or not you're in the appropriate draft zone, you thought, this is fine, I can actually stay here, versus when the light turns red, you're like, now I have to go. How much is that impacting a lot of that surging that's going on in these larger chase packs?
It impacts it a lot, but it also impacts it because there's, at times, you'd be like, I don't know what 12 meters is. So you're sitting 18 and you're not getting that advantage. And now these athletes are sitting closer to 12. And then when something happens, an athlete goes for a water bottle or looks up and they slow down there. Oh, shoot, that's red. Oh, shoot, I'm in 9th position. And everybody else is right at 12 or 14. I got to go past all these dudes. And I'll tell you, I had to do that way back in the day at certain times in big fields like this. And to go past, guy walking his dog casually. Watch out, Rico's coming pretty fast. You got to put in a huge effort, and you kind of have to look at your watch and be like, oh shoot, okay, there's 7 guys. I get 20 seconds each. Because the tendency is to want to get all of it quick because you're kind of panicked.
Yep.
You're like, no, you got to take the full, whatever that math is, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to pass all the guys, or else you're really burning a match that just isn't necessary, and it's not helping you go anywhere any quicker, right? Where Rico Bogan, again, he's putting out a huge effort on his own to do this, but in some ways, very small ways, it's easier than those athletes behind on the running legs.
Yeah.
Because it's a constant pressure.
Steadier.
He's so consistent and smooth around the roundabouts, around the corners, that he's not standing up to get out of speed. He's not reacting and doing these huge efforts.
Mentally a bit fresher too, right? Because he's not having to watch the light in front of him. Oh, I'm going to grab my bottle. To your point, oh shoot, now I've got it right. So
100%. And
it's a more relaxing ride.
And his normalized power, which is power that takes out zeros or coasting, is going to be the same as his average power, where the guys in the back group are going to have normalized power because they have to do these peaks after these zeros of coasting, that their legs are going to be much more stressed because that normalized power is going to be higher, where Rico is just doing, you know, he had to put in a big effort to get away from that group and then hold it, but he's been able to settle a little bit. And of course, he would show me his power meter afterwards, be like, does this look like settling? You know, because average 360
Does this
watts
look
or whatever.
comfortable? Does this look relaxed?
No, I
We're
mean,
like,
what he's,
oh, look, what a nice ride he had.
Nothing
It's like,
I'm saying.
You guys stink.
Nothing I'm saying is that he's doing it easy,
But
because this is remarkable.
I'm going to give Rico some kudos now and say that as the real estate winds down on this Zoot bike course, we will look to course best times, which was set 3 years ago, back in 2022. The last time there was a pro field here, course best 158.55. And I think we'll see the better of that here today.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be close to 153, about 5 minutes faster, as we see him cruising through the very, very final sections of this Zoot bike course. Got one more roundabout to go around, a soft roundabout, barely has to turn at all. But you can see him taking his feet out of his shoes, getting onto that red carpet, getting out of the saddle, and side saddle dismount, and he's going to maybe throw that bike. Oh, there we go.
Almost pulled a Taylor nib.
Oh, Dee Dee. Come on.
Too soon?
It's too soon. But takes his bike all the way to the pro rack, as we saw before, very close to where the bags are there. So that's his rack there, bib number 1. He's right there. We can see the run gear and bike gear bags right in front of him. Also bib number 1, so he's going to have easy time finding where his bag is.
As we take a look at Rico Bogan's bike split, courtesy of Wahoo Element Bolt 153.34 for 90 kilometers or 56 miles. And for those of you tuning in at home, I'm just going to say, that's fast.
Crazy
fast.
It's so fast, Dee Dee. Like, the average pace on that, 47 kilometers.
That's mental.
An hour, which, you know, do the math on that. It's almost
47.42.
It's almost 30 miles an hour. It is 30 miles an hour. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Trying to figure out where to go after he got his socks on, and see the athletes chasing behind. See, again, it's frantic still, Dee Dee. Like, there's so much, like, there's all this battling back and forth, and very, very high output.
So my question to you, and obviously we didn't see the start of that, strategically, what is the value of that? Is that a race ranger, light turned red, I have to go?
No, I mean,
I just want to get to the dismount line.
Yeah, I
4
mean,
seconds before you.
I do think the race ranger has some impact, but I think it's always been this way, right? Like, there's 8 guys. They want to show their dominance. They want to show that they have the ability to be the fastest one off the group, as we see Emil Holm, one of our early race pace setters, pushing the pace. I'm wondering if he's feeling that chef's kiss still. I believe that was the athlete that gave us the chef's kiss. But on the left-hand side of the screen, you know, these guys are fighting the final kilometers, trying to get off that bike first, while Rico Bogan's already kind of letting his legs come to him out on the Hoka run course. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's always a jogging for position as you get into transition. People always want to be the next person, or the first person off the bike, or the next person off the bike, and keep that pace high. And I think, you know, as we see Emil Holm take the lead here on this second group, so second place on the road here, still with a little bit of room to go. They're still trying to, like, keep it as close to Rico Bogan as possible. And again, these are great runners, and if at this point, they've done 2 things. They've said, okay, this race is between us, and they've either said Rico is gonna win because he's got 3.5 or 4 minutes, or he's done it wrong, and I want to be the person who's putting myself in a position to sweep up. If he's, the only way he would get 4 minutes is if he's injured and he hasn't run, and he needs that kind of time, right? Like, those are the things that they're trying to convince themselves of at this point. But they're putting themselves in a position right now. Their race is these 8 or 9 guys.
Yes. But I was going to say, yeah, they're maybe trying to convince themselves that Rico, you know, isn't going to run well. We only had Rico on screen for about 45 seconds there, but go ahead and judge. He looked pretty darn good to me.
He looked very, very good and comfortable. And I think that's one thing that the distance having that big of a gap will do to you is give you time to kind of be able to breathe and settle in. And you know, talking to Christian Blumenfeld the other day, you know, he's talking about Texas. He took like 6 or 7K to kind of just get the nutrition in, and like if you have the opportunity, you want to kind of just run the first portion of a race like this and not have to try to race it. As our chasers get on, it's Emil and Cameron Watt getting off the bike, racing strong to that first corner as they both gingerly get their bikes around that corner on the red carpet. We see great overhead shot, Didi, of our male chase group.
The Thundering Herd.
That is
the Thundering Herd makes their way into the Ruvi transition zone. Look at that overhead shot. All of the guys, they're like ants on an anthill.
And those ants are 4 minutes behind Rico Bogan, who again shot that arrow pretty early in that bike ride to get a gap. And
I mean, there's so many guys, there's not going to be any real estate left on the bench.
No, it's absolute chaos. And there's now 12 athletes, 13 athletes off of the bike, 12 of them all sitting on those benches right together, trying to find their bag, trying to get their socks, their shoes on. And, you know, just 4 minutes ago, Didi, we were looking at how, you know, it was almost like he could have sat down and had a cup of coffee. Like, it was very quiet. He could gather his thoughts. Not what these athletes are experiencing right now. Very, very different energy, very different environment as we see our athletes getting up and over that bridge there. Again, that's Emil Holm, athlete that has been really one of the drivers, I think. If there's a driver in that group, he was one that was always trying to kind of push the pace just a little bit.
Talk to me about this group of 9, right? So if we're saying, okay, out of sight, out of mind, Rico Bogan for now, not disrespectfully, he's having a blinder of a race.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this group of 9. Who are the guys you expect to push the pace from here?
I mean, Emil obviously is pushing it right now. I think he has the ability to run pretty well. I do think Cameron Main is there, but it's Batados. That he's the one. And Stratman, obviously, with the podium finish at a World Championship, I can't discount him. And Schomburg, there's a bunch of great athletes, but I think Batados is the standout. And we did see him pushing the pace early in that group, and then didn't.
Yeah.
And I think that's a sign that either maybe he is on an off day, but I think more of a sign that he's like, okay, this is the race. I'm going to sit here. And Batados, if Batados is on a great run day where, like I said, I call it his race in Talon, where it looks like he's sprinting from the beginning, and Rico's on a not good run day, he could run Rico down, right? So, like, if he's truly been sitting in, he's putting himself in a position. I mean, that's an athlete that could run a 108, right? Like, he's a fantastic runner. Again, I think if Rico has good run legs today, he's put himself in a great position, especially with that World Championship pedigree, the confidence of some new sponsors, new support, and that great bike split. But to answer your question, I think it's Batados who's the athlete that just has that run pedigree.
Well, and what Rico's done is force a 108, right? Like,
totally.
if Rico on a solid day can run 112, right? Doesn't have to have his hair on fire.
Yep.
He's forcing someone to do something extraordinary.
Yep, absolutely. And Emil Holm right now is hoping that he's that athlete that can do something extraordinary. You know, he has some great run pedigree. We saw him win Ironman 70.3 Poznan with a 112, so it's certainly different course. Might be a different run. And it's funny, I'm looking at a 112 as like not a crazy fast run split. It's so fast. It's so fast, Didi.
It's an average run split.
Yeah, and he was at the Olympics as well, ran a 32-minute 10K at the Olympics. So talented athlete. There's a bunch of good athletes in that chase group. It just kind of depends on who was actually driving that pace, how much they were holding back. But it's that race for second place is going to be a brutal one. Still, certainly, the ability for these athletes to have hope to get Rico Bogan, but we'll see once some of these splits come in just how good Rico Bogan is running. But if you ask me, it looks pretty good.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Matt Lieto, and you are watching Rico Bogan, who went on a bender on the bike and got himself a 3.5-minute lead on a group of, what, 12, 13 chasers, and looking good so far. They are now out on the Hoka Run course. Matt, let's take a look at this course they're tackling here today.
Yeah, Didi, it's a great one. It's a 21.1 kilometer Hoka Run course. It consists of 3 7-kilometer loops along a thin rectangular course. After 3 laps, athletes will be directed onto a footpath that will bring them to the finish line, situated on the beach. Spectators lining this entire course, Didi. A couple little out and backs for the athletes to be able to see their competitors, but beautiful finish on the beach here in Venice-Jesolo.
Gotta love a sand finish.
No comment. Here we go, but our women's leader on screen right now, and that is Lovseth cruising.
Yeah, she overtook the lead about, I'm gonna say about 10 kilometers ago over Lena Meissner, who currently holds 2nd place. She's now 46 seconds back. Emily Morier having a great performance here at 2:57 back, and Maya Steen Nielsen at 3:43 back. And again, Maya's been hanging in there in 4th place, and I think what we're seeing now is a really strong Solvik Lovseth, who's pulling away, but Maya very much in sniffing distance of at least 2nd place at only 3 minutes down from Lena Meissner.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think, though, also you see Ann Reichman,
yes,
4.5 minutes behind our leader, but she's now just a minute and a half out of the podium position.
Yes.
Right? So she's right there. She's in a great spot.
You know, she was a little bit of a slow start here on the Zoot bike course, but man, her legs came good, and you have to wonder if some of that is her performance from Ironman South Africa. Sometimes the legs can be a little sleepier, particularly when you try to shift gears down to the 70.3 distance, but she has made up a bundle of time, and she is a very, very solid runner.
She certainly is, as is the man on screen, Rico Bogan. And Didi, I just want to go over, like, looking at the times coming off the bike. He did have 4 minutes, but then lost 20 seconds in transition, and then another little bit in the first 400 meters. So Cameron Main now is our 2nd place athlete. I might have called that as Emil Holm. They're wearing similar kits earlier, but so Emil is in 3rd, Cameron is in 2nd. Cameron is 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind. This is Emil Holm on screen. You can see just in front of him over his right shoulder now, that is Cameron Main at 3:26 after that last split. We're going to see a split for 2.6 kilometers here pretty soon. See this out and back. They're going to see that they're, oh wait, how far back? Oh, he's right there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, you know, before we went to break, I actually thought Maine was further ahead of Holm there.
He was.
So I think Holm is reeling him back in a little bit.
But they're all
right there,
reeling in Rico Bogan. 3 minutes now is the gap. So again, 4 minutes off the bike. Rico lost about 30 seconds in transition, but then another 30 seconds in the first 2.5K. So Rico does not have the run legs of these athletes behind. So again, that's Panagotis Bitados at 3:12 back. We saw on that out and back section with Simon Westerman and Jonas Schoenberg right behind. But man, Panagotis right now, his run pace, again, predicted pace, what he's running now, a 1:04 half split.
My
So
stars.
again, he goes out, he is such a dynamic athlete. He's going out so stinking fast, dropping Jonas Schoenberg, who's running high 1:04 pace right now, compared to Rico Bogan's 1:10 pace.
I mean, that's the crazy thing to me is that, you know, when we think back to Rico Bogan and Lochte, he looks so much sharper and stronger and form just great, turnover great, posture great. He looks great, and he is being chased down. It's unbelievable.
Dude, and just imagine if you're the dude running 1:10 pace and they're like, you lost a minute. He's like, what? He's like, what? What was that? Excuse me?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do out
It's
here?
not
right?
possible. Like, how is it possible?
And yeah, we see again just really impressive running here. But it looks like Emil's almost looks like he's slowed a little bit. He's the athlete in the middle on the left-hand side of the screen. This is Panagotis Bitados running in 4th place now, but he's about to sweep up 3rd place, and 2nd place are in his sights. And again, he is running so stinking fast, DG.
It is unbelievable, the paces. I mean, I don't know how to communicate that to the casual viewer to know how fast these guys are running. It's like, you know, you see those commercials where you put someone on a treadmill at the pace that they're running, you know, 205 marathon, they get spit off the back. We're not far off of that.
And we can see with our GPS tracker on the left-hand side of the screen what that looks like. That's Bitado's 2:56 kilometer pace. Do the math, that's a 10K pace under 30 minutes right now. There's zero chance that they hold this pace. But this is Didi, and maybe let's talk about the group dynamics. And certainly none of that is good for Rico Bogan. But what might happen when you have all these guys running that fast, because they're not looking at their watch. They're not being like, okay, my goal was to run 3 minute K pace.
My heart rate's getting up a little high here. I better back off the pace.
No, exactly. They're just, I love the accent. They're just running a race right now, the athletes around them. And what's going to happen is a lot of these athletes are going to get blown up in the crossfire, right? Like, you go out at 30-minute 10K pace for any period of time longer than like a half a kilometer, bad things are going to happen. That being said, a lot of these athletes do come from a very recent Olympic distance background where that's what you have to do. So they have it in their legs. The question is, can that maybe be damaging to have it in your legs?
Well, what did we see? What did we see in Topa? Right, we saw
yes, exactly.
going after a time.
Exactly.
And a lot of these athletes have said, and it's such an interesting dynamic to me. And we get this influx of these athletes coming up from the draft legal distance that have this incredible speed. They say how hard it is to slow themselves down because they're so used to running a 5K or a 10K off the bike, where they are full throttle from start to finish, and there is no degree of control or pace.
Totally, and just to inform the viewers, Didi, what did happen in Topa? What are you referring to?
I'm drawing a blank on Hayden Wild. Made very bold statements in the pro briefing about the split he was going to run. Had the lead, had a great lead off the bike.
It looked sewn up halfway through the run.
It looked done. It looked like a done deal, and he went out chasing the pace, and he blew up. And I don't want to say slow and steady because it's not factually correct, but slow and steady wins the race. Race the race. Don't chase the time. Obviously, these guys are in a race dynamic right now, and they're chasing each other. But the point is, we see this come when we see these athletes at the end of every Olympic cycle as they step up in distance. They've got to learn. It's a learning curve in terms of the training's not that different than what they did for the Olympic distance. Obviously, the bike position is different, nutrition's slightly different. The race dynamic, they've got to race the race, but they've also got to learn that pace because the blow-ups are possible.
For sure, but right now on screen, Didi, it is Patagonis Bitados up on the shoulder of Cameron Main, just briefly, there he is, briefly on the shoulder, gets water as they go through transition, and sees Emil on his left shoulder and doesn't hesitate. No words exchanged. Looks like Emil looking over to have a little communication, but of the three, Emil, he's a taller, maybe ganglier athlete.
He's putting in a surge. Look at him go.
No, this kid is like the surges that Batados will put in. It's crazy, and this is what I called out.
They're answering.
And this is what I called out in Talon. Is it looked suicidal?
Yes.
Right, because he's running 104 70.3 split pace, and then to drop these guys that are clearly going to get dropped anyways with that pace eventually. He's like, I'm just going to go 101 pace for a little bit. Like he puts in these crazy efforts, and it's paid off for him in the past.
Well, Cameron Main answered. He answered the
crazy.
call, and it was Emil Holm was the one that sort of slowed up a little bit, looked over his shoulder, and again, slow and steady. Now he's back on the shoulder. So those attacks, you try to break each other, and then they settle in. They attack, try to break each other, and then settle in. But those attacks over time add up.
Totally, and it's very similar to what we were saying. The dynamics on the bike ride are, and it's the best way from A to B is your best effort from A to B. And yeah, you worry about dropping these other guys later. You don't want to do it now, but the last time I criticized Batados, he destroyed the field, so I'm going to stop now. But mostly what I want to focus on is how fast they're running and how fast the woman on the right-hand side of the screen is riding her bicycle. Softa is actually absolutely destroying this bike course and continuing to put more time on the women behind her, Didi. 120 now to Meisner.
120 to Meisner, and then looking further down, 414 to Maya Steen-Nielsen. Emily Mourier now in 4th place, so Maya has gone past Emily Mourier and Reichman at 4:52 backs. Didi Dietrichs in 6th place at 5:36 back. Katrine Graspol Christensen, we haven't talked about her. She is a fantastic runner. She's sitting at 5:44 back. I wouldn't be surprised to see her run certainly into top 5, possibly swing at the podium still.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly a lot still up for grabs. The women's race very, very tight. Reichman showing her strength over the distance. Don't forget, she just won an Ironman not too long ago, so definitely has that kind of the back end of this race is where she's going to shine, as she often does. But I mean, I'm impressed with how well Emil is holding on here, how well Cameron Main is holding on here. Again, both of these guys fantastic runners with great run pedigree, but Batados just being so aggressive early, and I'm curious to see in our other splits just how much time an athlete like Jonas Schoenberg has lost, as well as Simon Westerman, but absolutely just flying on this course. And we can see Emil Holm continuing to look over his shoulder to see if he's just going to get swept up by the rest of this group, because again, these athletes are racing each other, but they're like, dude, there were 11 other guys with me off the bike, so like I'm not only racing these guys, I got to make sure I keep my distance in these chasers.
It's like the gamesmanship of Batados there with the surges and the attacks, and he's starting to stretch them out just a little bit. And the fact that he has Cameron Main now looking back instead of forward is also sort of telling.
For sure. And I mean, now it's funny because, of course, I was like, oh, there's no way Rico Bogan's going to lose this race. Batados is so fast and, again, aggressive. And we saw that he was aggressive and trying to, when there was hope to keep up with Rico, he was up there trying to push the pace. I think once he saw that wasn't a thing, whether it was consciously or unconsciously, he went back in the group and saved his legs. But Rico looks good.
Yeah.
Batados looks transcendent.
Yes.
And it's like he looks transcendent, and then he catches somebody and then runs twice as fast as he was currently running. Like it's bananas. But another athlete that is putting a transcendent performance down out here on course is the woman on screen. That's Solveig Lovseth, and she's now through 81.5 kilometers. Again, 120 over Meisner, 414 over Maya Stage-Nielsen, and a 420 over Mourier, with Reichman at 450.
Again, and just looking at the paces that she's moving, currently the only woman on course moving in excess of 40 kilometers per hour. The other women have slowed a bit. Emily Mourier in particular looks like she's having a bit of bother now. Her average pace has slowed a lot in that she is in jeopardy now of being overtaken, and I imagine will very shortly, by Anne Reichman before she makes her way into the Rouvy transition zone. So Emily Morier, who had such a solid start to this Zoot bike course, now in a bit of trouble, but Solveig Lovesteth still looking so exceptionally strong, and we know this woman can run.
For sure, and we're talking about Emily Morier having a great ride. She's still, her predictive pace is still to do a 2:12 bike split, right? So like the paces that are out here and the speeds that are being ridden are remarkable. A woman on screen right now setting up to ride near low 2:07 on this course, which is crazy.
I mean, you talk about, yes, we've talked about how it's a flat and fast course, but we've also talked about how it's technical. There's a lot of turns where you're not just nose down, you know, in your bars the entire time.
No, there's a lot of courses that are much faster net
Yes.
than this course because of those technical things. And, you know, a lot of the athletes spend a lot of time on Rouvy indoors riding on the trainer, and maybe not outside as much to have these technical aspects that dialed in, but we can see that the men and the women at the front of this course certainly have the power dialed in from riding indoors, but also the ability to be able to
Just
manage
like
their
we
bike
saw
on
in
the
the
road.
swim with the chop and the,
Exactly.
you know,
Great point.
navigating the break. It's not just fitness. There are skills involved
Yeah.
that can be honed. That's what makes the sport so great. There's always ways to improve. It's not just about your aerobic fitness. There's a great deal of skill involved as well.
I would agree with that fully, as we see our women's leader taking the left-hand corner as we get very, very close. Just another few seconds, probably less than 2 minutes till she gets in off of this bike is Lovesteth, and a great overhead shot of her as she comes through. We can see total time for the women's time on the upper left side of the screen with the swim. That's 2:35.13 as she reaches down, undoes that Velcro, gets soft over that little bump so she doesn't have any issues on her bike, and gonna put her shoes on the top of her feet and then head right into transition, Didi.
Exceptional performance here for Solveig Lovesteth. No surprises, I would say, but she's put herself in a position where this is her race to lose.
Yeah,
and I don't just say that because she's at the front of the race, but she's got the ability as a runner as well. So, you know, whereas in the men's race, Rico Bogan has some problems behind him, thundering down his backside. Solveig Lovesteth is a very, very capable runner, one of the strongest runners in the field, and this is definitely her race to lose.
Yeah, and she's comfortably into the Rouvy transition too, and she goes through her run gear bag, takes her helmet off, puts that in there, takes some gear out of her run gear bag, and we can see in the Wahoo Element Bolt first off the bike split, 2:06.59 over 90K. That is real fast, Didi.
43.07 kilometers per hour on average, so exceptional performance for her. She's a very, very strong cyclist, but she's also an exceptional runner. So she gets those socks on and gets the shoes on, and she will be long gone out of transition before the chasers. And I think this is Anne Reichman. Nope, sorry, that's...
I think we've got some.
That's a. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah, that's
age
a little
groupers
bit
there.
of extra. And she's gone. She is in and out. That is a rough way to start this
Yeah, right.
Hoka run up that ramp there. Puts a little sting in the legs, but you get to go down the backside and pick up some of that foot speed and get out and get running.
I would say get to. I think that probably hurts pretty bad too at the start of the run. But yeah, it gets you right back into that high RPM run turnover that many of these athletes are looking for. And we can see, man, she does look good. She does not look like an athlete that overextended or put herself in a hole. You can see kind of bright energy on her face as she starts to tackle this Hoka run course, 21.1 kilometers, 3 laps on this course at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo, as we have an overhead shot of our women's chasers, Didi, and those are going to be Lena Meissner and Maya Stage Nielsen. Actually, no, I think that's Maya Stage Nielsen as Emily Morier, and the two athletes that we had that shot of.
As they make their way to the dismount line, that will be second into transition. Lena Meissner, who led for just about half of that Zoot bike course. So a great performance for her. She stops the bike clock at 2:11:40. So a very fast bike split for Lena Meissner as well, as she racks her bike and makes her way over to the gear bags, where she will swap out that helmet and put on those Hoka run shoes and make her way out to the run. But of course, the women's leader, Solveig Lovseth, 2 minutes 21 seconds up the road.
Yeah, talk about looking down and seeing that you rode at 2:11 and being like, what? And I swam 3 minutes off the and what? I'm still 2.5 minutes behind. There are some huge.
We've got a pro male there in the background calling it a day, realizing that it's not quite his day, handed in that chip and that GPS tracker to technical officials there. Unfortunate for that athlete, I didn't grab a bib, but his day is done.
Yeah, but importantly, we've got our second place female athlete on the screen, Lena Meissner. She's got all her gear, and she's heading out on this Hoka run course as well. We'll see what those run legs look like, and right up that ramp, Didi, and right to work here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. And our first two women are out on screen, and we're waiting for our third place female. Not going to be too much longer, but this will be Maja Stade Nielsen. But right now, it is the two ladies up front, Solveig Lovseth and Lena Meissner.
So here we have, again, this 3-lap Hoka run course. Matt, tell me, do you prefer the multi-loop course or the single-loop course, mentally?
Depends what kind of day you're having.
Okay, expand.
If you're sight unseen and you want to make sure that you're in front and you're like a Rico, you want it to be one point-to-point course where the athletes never see you and they just assume you're nowhere to be seen. If you're chasing, if you're Batatos chasing a Rico Bogan, you want this course because you're going to see him so much. You're going to be getting splits constantly. And we can see Rico Bogan on the left side of the screen. He is struggling. It looked like Meissner dropped something, but
she dropped her nutrition, but mindful, stopped, picked it back up.
Yeah, Rico Bogan running well, but 2 minutes now. A gap through 8 kilometers to Panagiotis Batatos. And Cameron Main still 2:04 back. So Cameron Main hanging on
at
to
8
Panagiotis.
kilometers.
That's
not quite halfway, giving up half his lead.
Yeah, he's given up half his lead. He hasn't given up as much in the last 2 kilometers, but still he's losing like 10 seconds a kilometer at this point. And you can see on his face, he's weathered. He's feeling that huge effort that he put out on the bike, but he's asking a lot of those athletes behind, as we see our third place woman come off the bike. Maja Stade Nielsen gets her run gear bag. Fourth place, Morier coming off as well. Those two athletes.
Reichmann's in there too. Reichmann's off the bike as well. So if we're here for a second, our third through fifth place in the Ruvi transition zone for the women's race.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it run free mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kick or Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Rico Bogan at the front of the race course here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo, doing his best, DD, to hold on to as much of this dominant lead that he earned out on that bike course. But athletes are coming, and it was some fast transitions that got them even closer to Rico Bogan. Ruvi transition 2, top 3 fastest men times. Cameron Main 1:10. Ludwig 1:13 and Schulfer 1:15. We see some of that short course influence in those transition times.
You certainly do, and we're going to have some of the times for the women where it's Ann Reichman coming from the long course. Didi Dietrich, at 1:19, Ann Reichman at 1:24, and Solveig Lovseth at 1:30.
And right now, Didi, great shot over the shoulder of Cameron Main. He does look at his watch now, trying to pace himself as he's getting distanced by Panagiotis Batados. He looked over his shoulder a second ago to see what the gap was to athletes behind him. And it's no longer Emil Holm in 4th place. It's Simon Westerman, who's having a great run as well. Running actually similar pace, at least to that last split, to Panagiotis Batados.
And you can see why this is such a spectacular run course for the athletes, just the spectators out there lining the streets, cheering these athletes on. There are no dead zones in this run course. The athletes will get full support out there all day long.
No, they absolutely will. And, you know, again, getting splits, getting encouragement. Also, you kind of get used to where all the aid stations are, and you less risk of missing out on anything like that. Man, I will say Cameron Main he's beautiful, beautiful runner. And the first time we see Batados look over his shoulder, right? So Panagiotis Batados looks over his shoulder, and that last split, Didi, he actually ran a little bit slower than Cameron Main. Cameron Main pulling back some time. We can see it visually now.
Yes.
Pulling back a little time on the young athlete who was, you know, looked like doing some suicidal type efforts out there as he's trying to pull back Rico Bogan. But Cameron Main not getting sucked in, running the pace that he knows he can run.
And there's somebody out in front of Panagiotis there, and I don't know if that's a lapped athlete. Yeah.
I actually think it might be our female leader.
Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. I was going to say, because I kept looking, craning my neck. I'm like, who is that? But it's a carrot, right? So on these multi-loop courses, it's another one of those things where when you have something to chase, it doesn't matter if they're relevant to your race or not. It's just, it's mentally...
Oh, for sure. Yeah, anything you see up the road, it's, okay, I got to get there quicker than the person behind me. See, you know, it's anything to get your mind out of the internal turmoil of pain, right? And that's something that it's challenging for Rico Bogan as in the lead.
He's tightening up a little bit here.
He certainly is, and there's not a lot for him to like look forward to try to bring back, right? He's just like, all he's thinking about is the people behind him, and that kind of energy can be pretty tough to run with, because there's some fast runners behind this athlete on screen.
And he knows they're coming, right? He's getting that information, the nature of this course. He can see it on some of the out and backs, and certainly with the crowds out there, he knows what's coming. Batados now less than 2 minutes down, a little bit of separation, 8 seconds to Cameron Main, but again, the way we saw it, Main was sort of running back up on Batados as well.
For sure, and just because we talked about him before the race, in 14th position, fastest runner out on course, Pierre Lecour.
Yes.
He is absolutely hauling, so he's even running faster than Batados and all the other athletes in between. His last split had him running 3:17 kilometer pace, and his overall pace, again, predicted is at this point a 1:06, which is pretty darn fast.
And here we can see the distance behind that the athletes are. So Bogan in the lead with Batados 0.6 of a kilometer behind, and so on and so forth, down to Lecour that you just mentioned, who's 1.8K back.
It's pretty far.
Yeah.
That's pretty far. Schoenberg in 6th place, as it shows there, 0.9 kilometers behind, but 2.5 minutes back, and now actually through 10 kilometers, updates have come through. Panagiotis Bitatos 125 behind Rico Bogan now, with Cameron Main at 132.
And I don't see Stratman.
No, Stratman is a little bit further back. He was running in at that last split, was outside of the top 10 in 12th place. So yeah, this is kind of a fight right now. And you know, if you look from 2nd to 6th place, it's still only a minute separates all those athletes. But woman on screen, as you said, very, very strong runner, and it was her that we saw up the road with, that's Cameron Main just in front of her, just past our women's leader, Lovseth.
Yeah, so Solveig Lovseth, very much in control, looks relaxed, fluid, has quite a bit of real estate between herself and the chasers. But boy, that chase pack is going to be an exciting race with Lena Meissner alone in second, Emily Mourier, and then Maya Stage-Nielsen and Ann Reichman. All of those 3 women were in transition together, so quite a battle there in the women's race.
Huge battle, and right now the only battle is in Rico Bogan's legs and his mind. He is hurting.
Yes, you can see the stride is just...
It's brutal. Yeah.
It's shortening. He's got the arm swing, so he's willing it, but he just doesn't have the propulsion in those legs.
No, I mean, and those legs are bricks from riding that effort in that aero position without really being able to get out of the saddle at all and kind of move that body around and get some pressure on different muscles. So yeah, I mean, the pass is going to be coming here in not too much longer, considering the differential in pace. You know, those guys are running 15 seconds
Different
faster.
races here, but compare, contrast just the stride and the distance per stride that Solveig Lovseth is getting, and the knee drive, and Rico Bogan, there's no knee drive left there.
No.
You know, he's willing it. You can see the arms trying to drive the legs, but there's just nothing left.
Yeah, you're right. Those knees are not coming in front of the hips at all. Like, he's leaning forward. He's trying to get he's fighting. Like, you can tell he's doing everything he can.
Yeah.
But he's calling to the engine room. The engine room's not answering at this point. And again, he's still, at this point, running a predictive pace 111 mid for 70 point. It's
again,
crazy fast. It's crazy fast. I mean, 5 years ago, that would have run every other race that you entered.
And 5 years ago to Rico Bogan, I mean, yeah, he's a 70.3 world champion, but of his arsenal, again, you think swim, yes, check. Bike, yes, check. Run, good enough.
Yeah, if you
and it's an area for improvement.
Yeah, but
and it is improving.
Totally, but you would say good enough if you somehow got a 4-minute lead off the bike. But today it's not, right?
It's not enough, particularly given, again, this new crop of athletes coming up from the short course racing where the paces are just so different.
Yeah, and these athletes on screen are a great example of that. And again, Cameron Main knows Bitatos has that aggressive nature and aggressive racing. And, you know, he responded to an attack initially, then he let him go, and now he's reeling him back in. I think that's a smart athlete, taking time and not pushing it, you know, at a pace that he can't sustain. But right now, Rico Bogan is just a matter of time, and I know you and I both are looking behind and seeing if we can see
I was
anything.
like, is that an escort bicycle that we see?
Not quite yet, but we might actually now see it way in the background. But he still looks great. Again, he is running at 111 pace. It's just these athletes behind are on a different level, and you know, there might be some explosions behind, but again, the top 10 now. Pierre Lacour has run into 10th place, running an exceptionally fast run split, so he's now just 5 minutes behind our leader. But through 6th place, you know, just 2.5 minutes separate the top 6. Real tight racing, again, with a lot of great running horsepower in that field, with Bitatos looking over his shoulder.
Back, yeah, but he's held him off. Like, for a minute there, I thought it was Cameron Main was going to get it back up on his shoulder, but right now Bitatos is still holding him off, but looking back again instead of forward.
No, it certainly is, and but still, and again, like, Bitatos is not falling apart by any means. He looks great. I mean, you could not paint a picture any better of a pure runner, and you know, he's reminding me of someone. I can't think of it right now, but just very, very fluid. Still looking over his shoulder, surprising me. And he is a racer, right? Like, he thrives in that shoulder-to-shoulder racing atmosphere. And maybe he's looking for that a little bit, but he's definitely looking over his shoulder a little bit more than I might expect, and looking up over his shoulder, trying to see just how far it is to Rico Bogan, if we can see that kind of towering blue frame of Rico. But on screen right now, our women's leader through 2.6 kilometers, Solveig Lovseth with 2.5 minutes on Meissner, Morier at 5 minutes, Maya Stage Nielsen at almost 6 with Ann Reichman just with her. So Didi,
Morier
you're right, she
shot
can run.
out of transition like a shot. So remember those three women were in transition together, Morier, Stay, Nielsen, and Reichman. But Morier putting in a big surge there. So again, an exceptional performance for her. She's having a really, really great day. So optimistic for her on the bike. She faded a little bit at the end, but now just getting after it on the run and looking very, very good.
No, she certainly is. And to me, though, with Solveig Lovseth, seeing the gap that she's put almost a minute into Maya Stage Nielsen and Ann Reichman, that's, you're right, she can run, and she's showing that she can off of an incredibly fast bike split.
Again, this is like outpacing expectation for her based
I'd
on what
say
we've
so.
seen from her in the past. Again, on paper, I would have put more stock in particularly Ann Reichman and Maya Stea Nielsen. But this young woman here, Emily Morier, having an absolutely phenomenal performance today.
Yeah, and Solveig Lovseth also putting a minute into those athletes as well, which is, you know, to me surprising. Not the woman on screen, but the two athletes behind her. So having great effort, great pace as she moves through. And Didi, is there any tactic on a course like this? You asked me what kind of course would I like if I was in this position. If you're in the lead, someone like Solveig Lovseth, is there a part of you that's like, okay, maybe I'll do 1.5 laps really hard so that they don't think they have a chance? Does that come into play at all, or is that too risky?
You know, I think you don't want to be reckless, but certainly if you back your running and you're comfortable within that top end pace, yeah, I think absolutely. Don't give them hope.
Yeah.
But I also think she would have studied her competition and knows that of these athletes, she's probably got the upper hand going in to this Hoka run course, and we'll see if she can hold on. My expectation is that she absolutely would be able to. She's putting on a heck of a show.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1.
And Matt, we are checking in with our women's leader. This is Solveig Lovseth, who is looking extraordinary. Nice, long, powerful stride. She's relaxed. She looks amazing at last time split, 2.5 minutes over Lena Meissner, and outpacing all the nearest competitors. So great day so far for Solveig Lovseth.
Yeah, she is absolutely cruising on this section of the course, and she has been cruising since she got on the bike.
Absolutely, and not only are our professionals out there battling, we've got 3,000 age group athletes as well. Earlier in the race, we checked in with our Tri-Dot spotlight athlete, Anniko Born, who is racing under the Tri-Dot umbrella, and she has some predictive times that she's battling against in the swim. Her predicted time was 38:44. Her actual swim time was 42:10, but fear not. Remember how choppy and swelly and the currents were this morning, so not surprising she was just slightly off the pace. I have no doubt she will come back on that predicted time on the bike, which was 3:14, so a little bit behind the paces for our Tri-Dot athlete here, bib number 497, Anniko Born, but I have no doubt she'll get that back on the bike. Predictive time there, 3:14:35. So pull up your Ironman tracker and see how she does versus her Tri-Dot predictive time. She's on the Zoot bike course now, and at the end of the day, Ironman and Tri-Dot will post Anniko's finish time along with her split times on all of our social medias.
Yeah, very well said, Didi. I think, yeah, a bit tougher conditions than we would normally expect on this course, so a little bit tougher day for her out there, but plenty of room to make that up on this beautiful bike course, as we are here with our second place female athlete, and that's Lena Meissner, just getting past and getting some fist bumps from some of our male chasers. And now we are back with now our leader of the men's race here at Ironman 70.3, Venice-Jesolo, Panagiotis Batados, in first place with a lead now, and he's putting in an effort after he passed Rico Bogan, and we're going to have, looks like, maybe a bit of a replay. And yes, look at the pace. Cyclist has to get herself out of the way as Batados goes through this twisty section, and especially Didi with that kind of run speed and ability to change pace on a quick turny sections like this, he's just going to break Rico Bogan apart and just blazes
As I
by
say,
him.
as quickly as he goes by him, now we knew that, you know, Rico seemed to be tightening up a little bit, just didn't have the bounce in his step. Was, you know, he's trying to take the bait, but there's just no way.
Not a chance. And again, I would say in male professional Ironman 70.3 racing, I don't think there's somebody with as much of a kick in the middle of a run as Panagiotis Batados.
Right.
He is at the very, very elite level, so it's just cruel to see him put an effort in on Rico Bogan as he goes by, but that's what you do. Rico wanted to be the one to take the long bow shot with the arrow, but it was
Cameron Maine
Batados.
still Batados'
Right there.
shadow there. So, I mean, Maine has gone by Bogan as well, and he is right there. I mean, we just saw going around that corner. He's only, you know, 5-6 strides behind him.
Yeah, he's, you know, probably 10 seconds maybe behind Batados, so very, very close, and it's been this kind of painful race where they've been within 5-10 seconds for a long period of time. And, you know, it was
Batados
5.
just toying with him.
Then it was 10. Yeah, and it is, he is, but it's like these efforts, Batados is going to get 5 seconds in like a minute.
Yeah.
And then it like, he feels it and he settles in a little bit, but Cameron Maine really putting in great effort. Jonas Schoenberg still right there, a minute and a half behind with Emil Holm at 1:10 behind, so still a lot to play for on the podium here. Rico Bogan is at risk to be outside of the top 5 here pretty quick. A little bit more gap on top 5, but top 4 is going to be challenging for him. But we see now Cameron Maine 10 seconds back, Bogan 26, Holm 120, and Schoenberg 142 with our GPS tracker on the left side. And right now actually looking at looks like actually a lapped athlete there. So that is Maine just chasing Batados just in front of him.
You know, it's a frustrating place to be in because you just, like, You're telling yourself, he's right there.
Right
He's
there.
right there. But you can't do anything to make inroads into him. And of course, he knows who he's up against, right? I mean, full respect. I don't think he thinks it's going to be an easy pickoff, but it is a frustrating position to be in, to be that close and yet so powerless to be able to do anything about it.
Totally, but it's what seat would you rather be in, right? It's like, how many times have we seen Batatos look over his shoulder where Cameron Main is just like, he knows exactly where Batatos is the whole time, and he can see if he's got more effort and is putting in a little bit of a pace when he gets a little bit of a gap.
I can tell you this, you asked what position I'd rather be in, Matt, and in my lifetime, I would just like for once to be in Cameron Main's position where I am the hunter on the run.
It's all about mindset.
It's my, I know.
You can get past for the lead and still
I'm
be
the
the hunter.
of my own goals.
You can still be the hunter. It's all mindset. So now through that last split through 15K, so just over 5K to go, it's 10 seconds to Cameron Main. And the gentleman on the left-hand side of the screen, Panagiotis Batatos, absolutely cruising.
You can see it, the difference in pace now as we pull up our GPS data. Rico Bogan at 341K to 315, 316Ks to the men in front of him.
Yeah, no, it's huge difference in pace. And again, Pierre Lacour still moving through the field. Now just DD, 3.5 minutes off of the lead, and that athlete is running a minute faster than Panagiotis Batatos, a minute. So I'm going to call it like he's very much in the hunt for top 5 with that type of run. I mean, Schoenberg right now is in 5th place, and Pierre Lacour has run 2 minutes into him already and is just 2 minutes behind. It's crazy.
Back at our women's race now through 6.1 kilometers for the women. Solveig Lovseth still in control of our women's race with Lena Meissner hanging on in 2nd place. She is 2:57 down, running exceptionally well. And Emily Morier also having an outstanding performance in 3rd place. She is now 5 minutes and 19 seconds down on the lead. So those are our top 3 women through 6 kilometers of this Hoka Run course. As we look at some of these extraordinary beach scenes, again, our host city here in Venice-Jesolo, over 5.5 million visitors here annually. It is one of the 2nd most visited beach resorts in Italy, and you can see why.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, and it's great to see all the spectators coming out and cheering on Solveig Lovseth in the lead here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. She's just gone through 8 kilometers, and if you're just joining us, she had a bit of a gap to make up out of the water from our leader Meissner, and put in a huge effort on the bike ride to give herself a substantial gap, and now she's 8 kilometers in and continuing to hold that gap, Dee Dee.
Yeah, she looks fantastic. Again, that just long, powerful stride there. Looks exceptional. She's got nutrition in hand, so we know she's checking that box as well. You know, no stresses for her right now.
No, none at all. And yeah, looking very, very smooth. And we can see, obviously, with that GPS data on the left-hand side of the screen, how the rest of that race is panning out. Any surprises kind of in that like 6th through 12th range, either up or down?
Honestly, no. I would expect, you know, we might see an appearance of Katrine Grassball Christensen, very, very strong runner out there today. Maja Steya Nilsson looks to be struggling a little bit. Again, both she and Anne Reichman are coming off of Ironman South Africa not that long ago, so that certainly could be impacting their performances here today. Anne Reichman was a little bit of a sleeper start on the bike, but certainly inserted herself well back into the conversation now at 6:53 back. I wouldn't be surprised to see her have a similar approach on this Hoka Run course. Maybe she's back halfing it pretty well. I think she could be in contention for a podium here today. I'm not giving up hope on that, but no, I think this is not unpredicted.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem like it. And you know, I'm a bit surprised right now. I kind of thought Reichman was, you know, kind of gearing up for the podium, but it seems like she's fading a little bit. What do you think the chances are of Anne being able to get in front of Morier or Meissner?
You know, I think, again, on paper, given historic results, but Emily Morier seems to be on a sort of a career day here. Keep an eye, though, on Daniela Kleiser. We haven't spoken much about her, but she is an exceptional runner. She's back in 9th place right now, but she is moving exceptionally well, and I could see her potentially moving. In fact, I could see her absolutely moving into top 6. I don't know if she could make her way to top 5, but she's a very, very strong runner. So keep an eye on her. I expect to see her move up through this field.
No, I think you're right. I think that's a great call. And, you know, she is one of the class runners of the field. And the predictive run split right now for her, which does seem to slow as these athletes are going through, is 1:10 high. So if that's anywhere close to what she's able to hold, I think you're right. I think she's going to move up, but I think we might be underestimating. Like, she could, with that kind of running, get into the top 6, maybe top 5. You know, they're only 2.5 kilometers into this thing.
Yep.
And that's, you're moving that fast, you can get minutes back pretty quickly, but you look at the distance and you're like, oh man, she's 2.7 kilometers behind. That's a long way to go, but just 1 kilometer behind Anne Reichman in 4th place, and again, running substantially faster. But woman on screen holding great pace. Again, we could see on the GPS here, she's running 3:52 per K pace, down to Kleiser at 3:13, with Maya Stage Nielsen at 3:59.
It's a great position to be in with that kind of gap, running that well. She appears to be feeling well, still looking after the nutrition, hydration. You can tell it is warming up a little bit out there as we approach later morning here. So definitely taking advantage of the hydration and support there on course. So thanks to all of our great volunteers here and everywhere around the world that make these races possible.
No, absolutely. And our men's leader right now, Batato's going around one of these 180s. We'll see, he looks over his left shoulder, looks up the road a little bit, and that's him looking for the Scotsman on the left-hand side of the screen, Cameron Main, who is charging towards that U-turn as well. Those two athletes absolutely in a battle right now, Dee.
I want to get eyes on the core, who's running so crazy fast right now. See if we can see him going the opposite direction. I mean, he's got a little bit of real estate still to go, but watch him on the tracker because he's moving extremely well.
Very, very, very well. Potato's right now looking over his shoulder just a little bit. It's 8 seconds to Cameron Main. So in the last 2.2 kilometers, 2 seconds has been brought back by Cameron Main. It is what we call a ding-dong battle. And I think, you know, I could see Main in that shot going around the corner too. And it could come down to who really is most efficient around those corners and who is saving energy well. And it does seem like Cameron Main is doing a great job.
Let's not forget the beach finish.
Totally brutal. And yeah, if you're saving it for a sprint, the beach finish, and now these two guys are almost in the same shot. We can see Main's kind of cyclist that's just in front of him in the shot with Batatos on the upper left-hand side of the screen. Main just out of camera shot, so he's just right in grasp. And Didi, it's one of those things that, you know, he's not waiting per se, but sometimes if you do roll at the end and save that energy and just empty the tank, but there's a shot, Didi, you've got them both in that shot, or did just a second ago. You could throw a blanket over these two athletes.
Well, here's the thing too, you get this deep into the race and you make the move at the wrong time. Like, energy levels now are sort of ebbing and flowing. You have moments when you're like, okay, yeah, I got this, I feel okay.
Yeah.
You know, everything's good. And then you have moments like, oh my gosh, like things are skidding sideways off the plate. And if you try to make that move at the wrong time, you've got to ride the wave of positivity and then settle in for the times of struggle. So again, he's been there. Cameron Main has been there all along, on the shoulder, 5 seconds back, 10 seconds back, 8 seconds back.
Yep.
You know, we'll say it again. He's been right there but he's got to take the opportunity when he's got that wave to ride.
You're right, and the splits just went through that last mat as well for the men's race. As we're looking at the women's race, second place, Meissner right behind our leader, Lovseth, running very, very well, but those splits came through in the men. Emil Holm, 126 back, Schoenberg, 156, Rico Bogan now passed and into 5th place, 2 minutes behind. But women on screen right here, Meissner trying to run as well as she can to hold on to that second position, maybe hold on some hope that this woman up front fades in some way, but I think it's really that battle for second between Meissner and Morier that is more what's on the mind of our second place woman at the moment.
Yeah, and both those women moving, around the same pace, just hovering around 4-minute Ks. So a great, great battle going on in our women's race as well. But right now, it's all Solveig Lovseth at the front of the women's race.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And it's Lovseth on the left-hand side of the screen running super smooth here, just about halfway through the run course, the Hoka run course here in Venice-Jesolo. And Emily Morier running pretty well, chasing behind, trying to get up to Meissner for that second place position.
Yeah, she's fighting hard right now. She's moving ever so slightly faster than Meissner, but they are locked in battle. She's not making much headway at all. And if that last split is correct, Anne Reichman has slowed a little bit. Maya Staya Nielsen in 5th place, also losing a bit of ground to the women up front. And Didi Dietrichs hanging in there in 6th place. So 4th, 5th, and 6th locked in a pretty good battle there, all within about 1 minute, 10 seconds of each other, and all moving about the same pace, but still keeping an eye on Daniela Kleiser, who's down in 8th place, but has moved up another spot, and right now is the fastest runner on course. Can she make her way into the top 5? It seems entirely possible.
Yeah, no, it certainly does, and we can see the kind of effort that it takes here. Precision fuel and hydration performance stats. 7.8 KN, Emily Morier, 3:19.13 at the next split. Average pace, 3:44 per K. That's pretty darn fast.
Yeah, she's moving very, very well, as is the woman on screen, Solveig Lovseth, at the front of our women's race. But eyes on some of the big movers. Daniela Kleiser back in 8th place. But some great, great battles in our women's course right now. But Solveig Lovseth still very much in control.
Absolutely, and she looks fantastic as she moves through the early sections or the middle sections of this course. Some of those technical turns in this little period of the course, but she's managing it quite well, and obviously pretty substantial lead at this point.
And of course now some of our age group athletes out on this Hoka Run course as well, so sharing the course with our professional athletes, our pros, pro men on their 3rd loop of this run, the pro women now in the middle of the run, now through 10 kilometers. So of course it's going to get a little bit more crowded, but the crowds are building, and so is the excitement as our pros make their way towards the finish line.
Oh, absolutely, and again, great spectator support here out on course. We see our women's leader on the right-hand side of the screen, Lovseth, with our men's leader on the left-hand side of the screen, and that is Batados, and he is still cruising. Just 8 seconds, the last split that we had, but just right over the shoulder is Cameron Main, just doing the best he can to put the pressure on this young Greek athlete. We can see, look at this shot, awesome shot of Cameron Main looking down the road to see if there's any chance that he can pull back Batados. And I'm feeling energy-wise, I don't see Batados up the road. I feel like there's a little less energy in the legs of Main at this point. I think maybe the pendulum has swung a little bit more towards Batados.
I would say so, absolutely, and I think, you know, he's starting to feel the pull of the finish line, getting ever closer. You got to give it to Main. He has kept the pressure on, and that gap has stayed, you know, at 8 to 10 seconds. He just can't make inroads there. Batados making some creative choices there around the sidewalk, drawing that tangent there. I don't see chinks in his armor, and we're getting down to it.
Oh no, it's he's not showing any weakness at this point, and he'd have to show a pretty big weakness, especially after seeing the energy of Main. I think Main is running very well,
yes,
but he doesn't look like an athlete that has 800-meter sprint left in him at this point.
On the beach,
yeah,
in the sand.
I love just the sound. You can hear the spectators cheering him. You can hear his feet, his breathing. Love these silent sections of the course.
Of course, down on course, it is anything but silent. We've got beach goers, we've got fans of the sport sitting there cheering these athletes on, and we certainly have the age group athletes who are getting to witness an incredible race in our professional fields. Of course, they have no idea what has transpired throughout the day, but have to be inspired by the paces that these athletes are putting out here.
Oh, absolutely have to be. I mean, this is all-time stuff here, and it's so great to see the Ironman Pro Series kind of bringing the cream to the top and the best athletes. Again, this is the first stop in the Ironman Pro Series on the European soil, and some of the best athletes on the planet are clearly showing up and just doing ridiculous things, incredibly fast pace.
And of course, while we know that there are 2,500 Ironman Pro Series points on the line here for today's winner in our professional men's and women's race, and subsequent finishers will get points subtracted at a rate of 1 point per second behind the leader. There are also qualifying slots for the Ironman World Championship later this summer, and some of our athletes are already qualified. Batados has a slot, Cameron Main has a slot, but Pierre Lecour, for example, does not have a slot. So lots left to race for, even as we get deep into the kilometers here, as we make our way towards the finish line.
Great call, Didi, and yeah, already qualified for 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, but looking for a huge win, and his first Ironman Pro Series win is Batados, Panagiotis Batados, 20.9 kilometers in, just a few harsh 90-degree turns left. Still looking over his shoulder, still feeling the race, Didi, as he's getting ready to get on the beach here. 13 seconds with just a little bit of running left to go of a lead that he has on Cameron Main.
These guys have been locked in battle for most of the day. You know, we lost Batatos for a little bit on the tracker in the water, but he poked up, was in that chase pack, kept himself safe as he makes the final turn on to the red carpet, over the shoulder, knows the win is his.
Unbelievable. Year 2025, Ironman 70.3, Venice-Jesolo champ, puts the shoe in the air, grabs the tape with the other hand. It is Panagiotis Batatos, and right behind him, Didi, Cameron Main. What a battle.
Incredible battle. Cameron Main gave him all he could. It just wasn't enough for our men's champion, Panagiotis Batatos, but a great performance from both our men here today. Cameron Main coming home in second place.
Cameron Main.
I think he ripped that shoe off because he had a blister on his foot.
Cameron Main's like, man, your quads hurt as bad as mine? Because I want to lay down. That is brutal. And great sportsmanship. Looks like both of them looking for the third-place athlete to come across the line, but there's going to be some battles out there. But Emil Holm was holding that spot the last check that we had, and having a great run himself. And Didi, run split 108.25 for Cameron Main. And still waiting for the Panagiotis run split to come through. It was going to be low 108 by my clock, maybe high 107, but amazing run splits by these athletes.
Yeah, the tracker's having a little bit of a hiccup there, but we will get those splits updated for you, as well as get the final finisher on the men's podium. And here he comes. This is going to be Emil Holm, your men's third place finisher. He was a bit of an instigator on the bike, tried to get some stuff done in that chase group, and gave up a little bit of time here on the Hoku men's marathon course, but good enough to bring him home in third place.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run and a great race altogether by Emil Holm. And still tight racing, just 20.9 kilometers back. There's going to be some sprints on the beach section here. Sam Dickinson was 2:12 back with Jonas Schoenberg 20 seconds behind, and just 20 seconds behind him. So that's Dickinson across the line. But Pierre Lacour is coming fast, and he wants a top 5, because top 5 looks like, by my calculations, a qualifying spot to Marbella, and I guarantee you that's what Pierre Lacour wanted here today. But our men's podium there with Cameron Main and Batatos and Emil Holm already across the line. And our women's leader, Sofseth, having a fantastic middle section of this run, and doing her best to keep as much distance between her and the competitors behind as she can.
Yeah, she's still looking absolutely fantastic through 13.3 kilometers now, and showing absolutely no chinks in the armor. Still great arm carriage, great long, strong stride here. She looks fantastic, very much in control of this women's race. As the men continue to stream across the finish line, Jonas Schoenberg in 5th place across the line as the men continue to make their way towards the finish line. Our women still locked in battle.
Absolutely, and Jonas Schoenberg going through in 5th, as you said, going to get himself a spot to Marbella, and keeping himself within 2 minutes and 19 seconds of the leader. So that means points that he is going to get are going to be, he's only going to lose 140 points. Yep. So he might have himself in the top podium position, or one of the podium positions in the Ironman Pro Series at the end of the day. And Pierre Lacour comes across the finish line, fastest run of the day in 6th place, 1:06.37. That's pretty fast.
Yep, that'll do. So in 6th place for Pierre Lacour. Extraordinary split, no doubt will hold up as our fastest run split on the day.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, a lot of these athletes trying to get that qualifying spot for Marbella, and I think it's important to know that, Pierre Lacour did lose time because of that rough swim. If he's off or in that bike group,
yep.
And he was riding by himself mostly, or
Yeah.
with slower riders, so he was hemorrhaging time to run a 106. It's crazy.
Exceptional and extraordinary finish line here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Pro men making their way towards the finish line. The pro women still about a lap left to run, but so far super good news for Solveig Lovseth, who's very much in control, coming through another aid station here, taking on that aid. Lena Meissner at 3:38 back. She sits in second place. Emily Morier still in third place, and Reichman fourth, Maya Stea Nielsen in fifth place.
Yeah, Losov just through 13.5 kilometers at 48:29. That last segment going through a 3:34 K pace, so still running so well, Didi.
Yeah, you can see it, right? You can absolutely see it as we check back in with Emily Morier, who's having an extraordinary performance. Again, she's had some solid performances, but to my knowledge, never on a podium in this caliber of women's field. So a great day for her. Also a great day, Lena Meissner in second place. So a lot of our women having breakthrough performances here.
Oh, they certainly are, and sometimes the competitors bring that out in you. And again, with this Ironman Pro Series race here on European soil, first one this year, certainly a lot of great competitors showed up, and some of our best competitors on the men's side are down at the finish line, and we're going to get down and have a little chat with some of our podium finishers here in just a little bit. And down in the Hyperice recovery zone, Paul K.
Welcome to the Hyperice Recovery Zone on the beach in Jesolo. Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. What a race we've been treated to. Panagiotis, congratulations, an incredible day.
Thank you very much.
So, 4 races last year, middle distance, 4 wins. Ironman 70.3 European champion as well. Starting off 2025 the way you finished 2024.
Yeah, that's my first 70.3 for this year, so and I'm really happy to win.
Just talk us through the race. The guys, apparently you flew out of transition like you were shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, I had a bad transition, I had slow transition, but then I find my rhythm on the running, and then I catch the camera on the 10 milli and Emil in front, and then I didn't know that I thought Rico was a lot of in front, I had a huge gap. I ran just to finish the second, but then I understand I was so close with Rico, and then okay, I say let's go to win, and yeah.
And a win it was with Cameron just behind you. Congratulations, a phenomenal way to start 2025, and congratulations on maximum points for the Ironman Pro Series.
Yes, thank you very much.
That is Panagiotis representing Greek. We're going to get you out of the hot seat. We're going to get our second place, the main man, into that hot seat now. Welcome, Cameron. Gee whiskers. What a race, what a run.
Thank you very much, yeah.
So just talk us through how it went from your point of view, because I know you were shouting to Gigi about how he just went off like a rocket.
Yeah, well, I went off pretty hard myself, and he caught me quite quick, and then as soon as he caught me, and Emil was there as well, he just decided to sprint at like 2:45 Ks, and I was like, what the hell? We've got like 17K left, and then I thought, you know what? I'll join in on the fun and just do it as well, why not? And then, yeah, after like 30 seconds, I was like, no, I need to be sensible here, because like we could still catch Rico, and yeah, so then I backed off a little bit.
So that was a clever strategy, but in the end, we say every second matters, and it was maybe a second between you and Panagiotis.
Yeah, from the last 6K, I was holding like 10 seconds, and I thought maybe I can catch him, but I started to get a stitch, and then I was getting cramp in my calves, and I thought if I tried to push him, I might end up having to walk, and then Emil would catch, so I just had to be really smart with my effort, and yeah, maybe next time I'll be able to catch him, but yeah, today I had to be pretty smart, but it was good, really good race.
There we go, Cameron Main, the main man. Thank you so much as we bring our third place representing Denmark, Emil Holm. Teluga, congratulations, a fantastic third place.
Tusind tak. Yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, this is... I had a few tough races this season, so this just felt really good. I thought I was about to cry when I crossed the finish line because, yeah, it was just really nice.
Just talk us through a little bit of what happened in that run, because Rico seemed to have a huge lead, but you guys did so well.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident like around that 3:15, 3:10 pace, but about like 14 days ago I had a calf tear. and I haven't been running since that day. And I tried to keep it a bit low key and not telling everyone. And then it actually felt okay in the start, but then when Gigi, he like pushed, like, I don't know what he thought, like he started sprinting like he was Usain Bolt after 4 or 5 Ks. I could feel like, oh, I need to stay calm and like follow the race plan. And then it actually felt kind of okay, but then it started hurting after 11 or 12 Ks, and I just had to like really go in the tunnel or like, you know, hyper focus. But yeah, Gigi and Cam did amazing. Like.
Well, congratulations. That is Emil Holm from Denmark. Those are the top 3 men. Lots more racing to come, and keep an eye out for our women.
Thanks so much, Paul. Great words with our winner and our 2 other podium finishers. And it's great to see kind of these younger athletes new to this distance having such great success, and hearing Cameron Main talk about, you know, that effort that Batatos put in. And I will mention Cameron Main obviously putting a lot of work in. This, you can tell this is a breakthrough race for that athlete. I don't know if you noticed, Didi, no sponsors on that kit. So everybody,
lots of open real estate
if
there.
He's available, give Cameron Main a call. But he's certainly one of our rising stars of the sport. You could see that podium. You could tell they all didn't think it was out of nowhere to an extent. Like, very pleased and happy, but like there was a confidence there as well that I think I observed.
And a learning experience, right? Like they're racing the race, but also, hey, of the mindset, I need to be sensible here. I need to protect some of my goals and what I've come from. I want the slot. I want the points. I don't want to be reduced to a walk. Lots of sort of learnings there. And Solveig Løvseth right now learning that she is having an exceptional day, continuing to look so strong at the front of our women's race.
So strong, and it's unrelenting. And I think it's one of those things when you're the athletes chasing behind, you're like, okay, when is she going to start slowing down a little bit? And doesn't really look like it. And then the chase, the women behind, Meissner and Morier, it's still 2 minutes. Meissner has 2 minutes on Morier at this point. So again, I think you said it earlier, kind of a breakthrough performance for Meissner today.
Yeah, I mean, she's had some podium finishes. She was 3rd at 70.3 Switzerland last year, 2nd at 70.3 Valencia last year. But given the caliber of this Pro Series race, I think it's an exceptional performance, and time-wise, compared to what we might have expected from her, it's been an extraordinary performance, and from Morier as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, there's so much to play for in this Pro Series that you can see all these athletes kind of maybe bringing new effort to the start line to hope to get to that finish line in a space where every second does matter and they're not losing a lot of time. But and Reichman's still out there doing the best that she can. She's 9 minutes down now in 4th place, has moved ahead of Maja Nielsen, but again, still 2.5 minutes to Morier, who is running faster. So I think Anne Reichman moving up the podium is up to the podium is pretty long shot.
Long shot, yep. But Solveig Løvseth, of note, again, when we talk about qualifying slots for the 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Solveig Løvseth has a qualifying slot. Reichman does not. Meissner does not. Maja Nielsen does not. Interestingly, Kleiser, who is still our fastest moving woman on the course, she has a slot already. So again, to your point, a lot to race for.
Absolutely. We see our men's podium on the left-hand side of the screen. These athletes are getting ready to get little prizes, maybe get a little bit wet with some athletic brewing. But also, did you mention the spots, looking at the men's field and how that race finished out? Cameron Main had a spot. Batatos had a spot. Dickinson also had a spot. So that the qualifying spots will go down to the hard-running Pierre Lacour, who ended up in 6th place, with Schoenberg also getting a spot. So there's some of those athletes that think they're the fastest runner over the 70.3 distance just maybe took a deep gulp because Pierre Lecour, 106.37, fastest run split here by almost
Newsflash,
2
Hayden
minutes.
Wild.
We'll see if Hayden Wild's got to put it together for the whole distance of that run, though. And we finally have official split come through for Panagiotis Patatos at 107.59, so just under 108. But on the screen right here, looking to put just as impressive time in at the end of the day is Solveig Lovseth. Right now, her predictive run split is 116.22, which is crazy fast, especially considering a 2:11 bike split that she put down. I mean, this woman is, you know, obviously a very well-rounded athlete, but the bike-run combo she's putting together today is surreal.
And she's continuing to put time, at least on the rest of the women's podium. She's now nearly 5 minutes ahead of Lena Meissner, so that's another 20-ish seconds over the last time split, and waiting for Morier to come across that 15.2 kilometer marker as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, Didi, you know, we're supposed to try to like critique in some way.
I can't.
You can't. She just looks, she's just such a powerful runner. And again, coming off of such a muscularly demanding bike ride on a flat course like this. Again, people just think that flat is easy for some reason, and it's so much harder on the body. And she's not showing it at all.
No, I mean, her stride length, the power of her stride, the foot speed is still there. I mean, Meissner's still moving really, really well. But again, compare and contrast, if we had split screen here, they just look like very, very different athletes. Meissner's still running very well, but just looks visually to be wearing the effort a little bit more than Solveig Lovseth.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. And man, a third place athlete, it's hard for me to think that she's not pulling in more time than that. She's still losing a little bit of time to Meissner. She looks, I mean, she looks so good and so smooth.
Yeah.
It shows you that it's not always what it looks like. Meissner is running very, very, very well.
Yeah, our women's podium all looking very strong. Just a few kilometers left for our professional women. Will this podium hold on? We're going to find out.
People in the street, come on everybody and move your feet.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly. And by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration.
Great overhead shot, Didi, of our women's leader, Solveig Lovseth, cruising. And pretty soon maybe she'll get across that finish line and be able to get one of those little cabana things, hang out by the beach.
Get myself a little beach cabana.
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional race for the men. Rico Bogan, so strong on the bike and had a 4-minute lead coming off the bike, but was run down by the fast-footed man from Greece, Panagiotis Bitados, with Cameron Main second, Emil Holm third, Sam Dickinson fourth, Jonas Stromberg in fifth. But back in our women's race, still being contested here, but this woman, Solveig Lovseth, who took to the lead of the women's race about halfway through the bike. She had a bit of a deficit out of the swim because the woman on the right of your screen, Lena Meissner, had such a dominant performance in the water. Again, the conditions super choppy and difficult in the water today, and Lena Meissner put on a master class in tackling that swim course and gave herself a comfortable lead, but Solveig Lovseth was able to reel her in. The women have been relatively spaced out throughout the entire day, Matt.
Yep, from the first turn buoy, things were pretty spread out, and it just continued to go that direction, and that's not for luck or for any other reason, but the fact that the women were pushing the pace. Meissner in the swim and early on the bike, and then Solveig Lovseth on the bike, and then now obviously on the run as well, continuing to put her chasers behind at a larger deficit as each kilometer goes by. But Meissner looking great on screen right now. It still has over 2 minutes on the chaser on the right-hand side of our screen, Morier, who also looks fantastic.
Yeah, our women's podium, again, if we look at the GPS data here, appears to be secure, but we've got to get across that finish line, of course. Anne Reichman was a little slow starting the bike this morning, but pulled herself back into the chasers as they got into T2. She currently sits in 4th place with Maja Stea Nielsen currently in 5th. So our women's race a little bit more spread out, but some outstanding performances, and I'll say some breakthrough performances for Pro Series competition, particularly for the woman on screen here, and of course for Lena Meissner. So Lena Meissner and Emily Morier, I think, have been on podiums before, but for a Pro Series race, this is significant performances for both of those women.
Oh yeah, no, very, very well said, and certainly, this has been a race that's kind of been on their radar that they're peaking for. They know the kind of caliber of athletes that show up to an Ironman Pro Series event, and they put their best preparation forward, and it's clearly showing today. And we see Meissner going through that 17.4 kilometer split behind the woman on screen, Solveig Lovseth, at 5:25 behind, so still losing time. Lovseth is not content with the gap that she has, wants to make every second matter, and sometimes we just talk about it as the athletes behind needing to manage as much of their loss, but also the more of a lead you can get on people you might be racing at the end of the season, then that's time in the bank and points on the board.
Also of significance, I've been watching Daniela Kleiser, who has moved up above Didi Dietrichs and is now in 6th place. She sits just 45 seconds back of Maja Stea Nielsen and is running about 25 seconds per kilometer faster. So Daniela Kleiser could well move her way into 5th place.
I don't want to say it, Didi, but I'm pretty sure early I said I think she can get into the top 5. And she has, and you're welcome for saying that. And clearly, the reason that, I'm just kidding, Kleiser is moving. We knew, you had called this well before the race, that she was the athlete to look out for, and she's moving. And the way the pendulum swings, Anne Reichman, well within reach for her as well. She needs to have that energy to manage and to really be moving the last 3 kilometers. But Maja Stea Nielsen and Anne Reichman are going to be in for a surprise. And when they see her,
where's she come from?
It's too late. Like there will be no response whatsoever if they don't know that she's coming.
Well, and again, given the nature of this course, they probably will know that she's coming, but it's going to take every sort of ounce of gas left in the tank to try to hold her off.
Right. And now, as we can see with our GPS data on the left side of the screen, 5:30 to Meisner. Morier 9 minutes back, even though she looks like she's running so well. Still losing time to our women's leader. Morier running, looks like she's holding just still a sub 119 pace. Didi, these women are running really fast run splits today.
Again, these are PR run splits for all of these women, and we know it's a fast day, minus the swim perhaps. We know it's a fast course, and we know it's been an exceptionally fast day with some of the splits. So a lot of, not the pros are, keeping track of PRs and distances. They're keeping track of races and prize purses and Pro Series points. But it's a lot of these women having performances of their lifetime today on this course.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And, still looking at the splits for Lobseth, right now her predicted time is under 116, which
so fast.
Would be, at Ironman 70.3 Warsaw last year, she ran a 119, which is crazy fast, and to PR that by possibly 3 minutes.
Yeah.
We see her running 120-ish splits pretty frequently, but yeah, you're right. They're really raising the bar. Kind of a high tide raises all ships, so to speak, right now.
Yeah, definitely pushing each other while the women are spread out. They're pushing each other to these exceptional performances, and again, the women a little bit more spread out than the men, so the points are going to fall off a little bit more for the women, but some valuable points for the Ironman Pro Series. Again, this is just our 5th race of the series and the 3rd 70.3 of the series, and really the first time we've seen a lot of these athletes this season.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's what's kind of so exciting is you don't really know what everybody's bringing to the table, right? Like you hope that they're all healthy and they've done all the work and they're here 100%, but sometimes it's not that way, and sometimes they appear to be 110%, like the women's podium right now. It's, they're all going off today.
Yeah, the podium, the first place does not surprise me. I think the balance at the podium actually does a little bit, and that's exciting to see.
Does it surprise you at all, though, with the way in the class that the woman on screen is riding and running away with this race? Like the gap is going to be near 7 minutes.
That's a lot. That on a course like this, yes, that is a lot of time. But we're looking at an exceptionally talented athlete. I would say she is a contender in every 70.3 she starts.
Yeah, for sure. I just think it seems like the gap and kind of the performance on the day is one.
The gap is huge. Yeah, the gap is absolutely huge. But she's not. She's got 2 70.3 wins to her credit. Last year, she was balancing. Still a draft legal career along with 70.3 racing. She competed in the Olympic Games, but also won Warsaw 70.3, 3 weeks before she went to Paris. So she had a full plate, and I think the more focus perhaps she puts into the 70.3 distance, the talent is no doubt there. She's one of those athletes that we look at and say she really doesn't have a weakness, and for an athlete coming up from the draft legal, she's an exceptional cyclist. Like, that's one of the challenges for athletes coming up from short course racing, the time trial position, the distance that they have to cover, the fact that there's no drafting allowed. It can be a hurdle for some athletes, but she quite literally has taken to it like a duck in water, or the cycling equivalent. So she has the goods across all 3 sports, and I think she's a name that we already knew, but we're going to see more and more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I look at it and I see that she was 13th at 70.3 World Championship.
Yeah.
This is not a performance of somebody who gets 13th at a World Championship. This is a performance of someone that's in the top 10 and fighting for it, right? Like, as we go through, you're right, she's had these wins, but it's those pieces of the puzzle. And now she has, she showed that solid bike split over a flat course, and if she runs in the 1:15.16, then you're like a world championship contender to an extent, right? And to me, that's what's cool to see her put, you're right, she's very even across the 3, but it's like, oh wait, she's even across the 3, but now the bike was insane and the run was insane.
Yeah.
And now she's a world championship contender and gonna find herself, in the mix in the Ironman Pro Series as well.
Yeah, she's going to get 2,500 points to her name. And I think anyone who's thinking about the 70.3 Worlds and the fact that this woman could be a contender needs to look at how strong she looks running right now. Like, not one chink in the armor.
No, not at all. Simply fantastic performance by this woman on screen.
As she makes her way to that glorious sign that says finish line here. Just going to be a short hop, skip, and a jump down this straightaway. She's going to make 2 left-hand turns and find herself on the beach and on the red carpet. Again, she won Ironman 70.3 Indian Wells in 2023, in the first 70.3 she had competed in. She juggled between WTCS and 70.3 racing throughout 2024 with a win at Ironman 70.3 Warsaw. She was 3rd at Ironman 70.3 Tallinn, sandwiched in between a performance at the Olympic Games in Paris. To your point, Matt, she was 13th at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and today at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo, Solveig Lovseth will be your women's champion.
A lot of work went into being able to raise that tape all alone at the finish line.
She doesn't even look winded.
She doesn't. It's annoying.
She doesn't even look winded.
It's annoying.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Amazing performance. Solveig Lovseth.
And an overall time of 3:53.22 and a run split of 1:16.28. And again, that's a shot across the bow there for Marbella later this year. It's an athlete that is putting it all together, and we can see it with the Wahoo Element Rival run split with that 1:16.28. Unreal. Our women's champion, Solveig Lovseth.
Again, Solveig already has a qualifying slot, so her slot will roll down. There are 3 slots on offer. The next one will go to this woman, Lena Meissner, who had not yet picked up a qualifying slot for the 70.3 World Champs, but we will see her later this season in Marbella. So yet another accomplishment for this young German.
Yeah, no doubt. Great work for her. Obviously, that's a big goal, and to be able to get that done pretty early season, just first week of May, is pretty fantastic. So good work from her, and definitely some racing behind to be able to get some of those, the rest of those 3 spots. I know Reichman has not qualified yet either, so that's an athlete that is certainly pretty keen to get on that spot as well. But again, Kleiser closing fast, already moved in front of Maya Stage Nielsen into 5th place, and just 40 seconds now behind Ann Reichman.
Great performance from the women on screen here. This is bib number 16. This is Lena Meissner. She was our swim leader, and what a dominant performance she had in the water today. Separated herself by just about a minute over the entire rest of the professional women's field. A very hard and technical swim out there today, and she handled it absolutely beautifully. She led for most of the bike, or I should say about half of the bike, before Solveig Lovseth finally caught up to her. The 2 did not ride together at all. Lovseth was just too powerful, but Meissner kept to her own plan and finished up the bike super solid, and has never really been threatened by anyone else from behind.
No, absolutely not. And it was, to me, that's so impressive to see. I mean, we saw when you have that type of bike split, usually it takes some effort out. We saw that in the men's race. Like Rico Bogan went on a flyer. Lovseth, similar effort, similar gap, and then ran away from the field. It's just so impressive. No weakness. And again, the women behind showing their class as well on screen. Morier, fantastic run today. And it's just the fact that the athletes in front just are not slowing down at all. No room for her to capitalize.
But she's another athlete, Emily Morier from France. She does not have a qualifying slot, so if she just makes her way safely to the finish line, she will pick up that second qualifying slot on the day, as well as some valuable Pro Series points.
Absolutely, and every second matters as these athletes chase the women's leader, Solveig Løvseth, across that finish line. Every second that goes by is one less point they have in the bank to try to get their piece of this huge prize pool up for grabs for the Ironman Pro Series this year.
And Daniela Kleiser, you said it, it was 40 seconds. Now it's less than that to Ann Reichman. So the clock is ticking and the finish line can't get there soon enough for Ann Reichman. The battle between the Germans for 4th place, it's a hot one.
No, it absolutely is, and it's gonna be full on all the way to that finish line. There is no doubt about that. We see these athletes kind of getting some, you spoke of getting some more carrots.
Yes.
As we go through some of the lapped age groupers. It allows you to, have somebody to pace off of. And if you're in a close race, if you're Ann Reichman, you're like trying to hide in those age groupers so that Kleiser can't see you. Kleiser's looking up the road to see if there's anybody else that she can catch, and Reichman is right there, and wouldn't be surprised if she's gotten over that shoulder here pretty soon. Right now it actually does show in our GPS that Kleiser has passed Reichman and is now running in 4th place. Did see Kleiser does have a qualifying spot already, so Reichman still looks like, by my air quotes calculations, will get a spot to Marbella if it all stands as it is. But right now, Meissner running through the last few 100 meters of the beautiful run course here in Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo.
It will be Lena Meissner's turn now to make 2 left-hand turns onto that very welcome site, that red carpet welcoming her home. She'll finish here in 2nd place today behind Solveig Løvseth. She led out of the water. She got passed just on the bike by Solveig Løvseth, our women's champion, and she is gonna hold on here for 2nd place here today.
Dude, what a beautiful vista.
Not bad, is it?
Nothing's more beautiful than the finish line of an Ironman 70.3 race because you just want to get there. It's been a hard day, but the sights to be seen here in Venice-Jesolo make it even that much sweeter as we see Meissner taking a left on that red carpet, and it's going to soak up every minute.
She will turn for home. A very well-deserved 2nd place finish from Germany for Lena Meissner.
Very gutsy race from the woman on screen too. And to be in the lead and to give yourself that kind of a gap and that kind of a cushion isn't easy work. She put a lot of effort into that. It takes a little bit of gumption and maybe a little bit of courage too. And
I appreciate that she looked just a little bit tired when she finished.
She did.
Give the memo to Solveig Løvseth, who did even look remotely tired. A little bit of celebration here coming in, and I love it. I like what I'm seeing.
She's stoked. She's stoked. Sees one of her loved ones on the side of the course, exchanging some celebrations there, but she's going to come across in the podium in one of the biggest races of the year so far. Again, great points up for grabs, good cash up for grabs, and the kudos that you get from getting on a podium in one of the most competitive races of the season. So amazing effort for this upcoming athlete.
Yeah, she held in there all day. She's never been out of the top 5. Again, she just gave up a little bit of time here. Never really threatened the women in front of her, but certainly has held her own to the women behind her. And this will be not her first appearance on a podium, but certainly in a race of this magnitude, a Pro Series race, a huge breakthrough performance, and it's going to be an exceptional time for Emily Morier.
Yeah, she's definitely taken in as many of these kudos down the finish line as she can. Your 3rd place finisher is going to be Emily Morier.
taking it in from the crowd, a little fist pump for herself, and well-deserved, exceptional performance. Emily Morier rounding out our women's podium. So it's going to be Solveig Lovseth, Lena Meissner, and Emily Morier.
Amazing racing from those top 3 women, and we'll see more from their celebrations and get a few words from these athletes as the rest of the women are still out on course.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana.
Beautiful overhead shots of the area that surrounds, and the athletes were able to race here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Amazing spot. And amazing performances by our men and women. And we did have Didi 4th place finish for Daniela Kleiser and 5th place for Ann Reichman, 1:15.16 for Kleiser, and down to the men's podium.
Of course, in 3rd place, we saw Holm with an exceptional run performance today. Very hard fought.
Oh, and they got him. Batatos gets a bunch of Athletic Brewing right to the face from Cameron Main, and Holm they put a little bit left. They're going to drink a little bit too, but amazing podium there with our leader being Batatos. Fantastic racing by those 3 gentlemen.
And well-deserved athletic brew shower for our top 3 professional men.
What a beautiful, beautiful spot we have here. We can see the upper left-hand side of the screen, no more points available for the men, and still 1,723 points available. Less now, 20.
And Maya Stea Nielsen crosses the line in 6th place for the women. She was 12 minutes and 14 seconds back.
We're going to go down to the Hyperice recovery zone to get some interviews with our women's podium.
Welcome to the Hyperice recovery zone. If you thought the men's race was fast, well, let me tell you, this women's race was incredible. 3:53, Solveig. Tell me about your day.
Oh, really?
3:53, yeah, one of the fastest 70.3 times in the world.
Oh, because when I crossed the line, it said like 4:01 on the screen. So, but that's probably from the men's start. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
It looked like a strong performance. You were steady on the swim and the bike, but your run was incredible.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my swim was just, I don't know, all right, I guess. Not my strongest discipline. And then on the bike, I knew that Lena was in front, so I just basically chased her for the first 60 Ks, and then tried to just keep even watts all the way to the transition. And then on the run, I'm like, I didn't really get that much splits, so you're always afraid that someone is coming from behind. So I just tried to like keep the pace high on the run as well, just to make sure that like nobody came from behind. And yeah, on the last part of the run, my like main goal was like I just can't blow up now, because then I will destroy everything. So try to like be a bit more conservative and just enjoy it a bit as well. And it was like quite easy to enjoy it with so much spectators around. So yeah, really a good day.
Well, congratulations, Solveig from Norway with a brilliant first place. We're going to bring in our second place now, Lena Meisner, Germany. Congratulations, Lena, as they give each other lots of camaraderie and love here. You were looking so good. Just talk us through your race. I'm sure the win was the goal, but Solveig had a great day.
Yeah, she was unbeatable today, so I really came into this race and want to win. But yeah, she was unbeatable. She was so strong on the bike, and yeah, I didn't have the cards to go with her, so I stick to my own race plan, and yeah, it worked out for second, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with second. It's an Ironman Pro Series race, lots of points as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not targeting the series as a whole because I'm not doing full distance races. But yeah, I'm taking it race by race, and I'm quite happy with the start of the season.
And a slot for the World Championship in Marbella.
Yes, for sure. I will take the slot today. I'm really happy I got it.
Thank you so much, Lena Meisner. Dankeschön. Emily, representing France, is our next athlete. She took the third place. Emily, félicitations, ça va?
Ah, merci de parler français. J'avais peur. Non, ça va, ça va. Je dois parler anglais? Oui.
Anglais, s'il vous plaît, because the whole world is watching you. Congratulations on your third place. A tough but a good day.
Yeah, it was a really tough day for me. I think my training is not enough for an effort like this. But with my mental, I take this third place. For me, it's magnifique. It's an incredible place. I never do that before. So I take and I enjoy, and let's go to the party too. With my family and my friend go here, so it's cool.
Congratulations, Emily. I can see she's absolutely broken. She needs time to recover. We're going to be doing our podium shortly, but what a day it's been here at Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Our pro racing exceptional, and lots of amateurs still to come.
Didi, that's three pretty excited women. Love seeing SOFTEST.
Easy for you to say.
And then it was not just then. Get so excited about that finish time.
Yeah. When you don't even realize it. And then, of course, second and third, just thrilled to get their qualifying slots for the 70.3 World Championship. We've got our women's podium celebration coming up.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What a beautiful backdrop to an exceptional day of racing here at Ironman 70.3 Jesolo.
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary day. We've had an epic battle, bunchy groups of men on the bike. It was sorted on the run. The women a little bit more spread out, but some really amazing performances, best times, fast times, a couple of new qualifiers for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and a whole lot of points given out.
Yeah, no, it's great to see the caliber of athletes and kind of a new breed of athletes qualifying for 70.3 World Championships on both the men's and the women's side here today. And yeah, I think you're right, very dynamic racing. Came different ways from the men's and the women's race, but both very dynamic races with some exceptional performances. A little kit critique maybe by these ladies, kind of comparing their kits, but getting ready for their podium presentation on, again, breakthrough day, certainly for Morier and Meisner and Lovseth having a fantastic race to finish on top.
Yeah, so let's present our women's podium celebration here from France. In third place, she swam 25:18, biked 2:12:22, and ran 1:19:48. That's Emily Meisner from France.
That's Emily Morier from France in third place, getting her finisher's medal and her bouquet, well earned. And then in second place, it was our women's swim leader, Lena Meisner, swimming at 23:33, biking at 2:11:40, finishing off with a very strong run, 1:20:27. That is Lena Meisner.
And our women's champion, Solveig Lovseth, she said her swim was meh. Okay, I don't know what happened there. She swam 25:46. She biked, Matt, a staggering 2:06:59 and ran 1:16:28 to become your 2025 Ironman 70.3 Venice-Jesolo Women's Champion.
Amazing racing by Solveig Lovseth and the rest of the women on the podium and behind as well. Great performances across the board. Again, our first stop on the Ironman Pro Series on the European zone, and they showed up and really gave it their all and gave a great race today.
And then, of course, just to recap, fourth place was Daniela Kleiser, fifth place, Anne Reichman, sixth place was Maya Stea Nielsen, Didi Dietrichs finished in seventh, Louisa Yugona Pratt finished in eighth, Jenny Jendrishek finished in ninth, and Anastasia Dam Nielsen finished in 10th place for our professional women.
Yeah, great racing all across and down the board. And again, some spots for Mabea up for grabs, but a lot of points up for grabs, and pretty good amount of cash too.
Yeah, all settled now. Of course, our age group competitors, they are 3,000 strong, still making their way towards the finish line. So if you are cheering on an athlete, be sure to download the Ironman tracking app to cheer your favorite athletes on. And what a spectacular host city this has been for us today, Matt.
It's been amazing, and here we go. This is our male pro results, top 10. Penagos Patados, again, so aggressive in his racing on the bike and the run to get that win. Didi Kemmermain in second place, Emil Holm in third.
Yeah, and then Sam Dickinson, Jonas Schomburg, Pierre Lecour with an exceptional run. Rico Bogan, our men's bike leader, faded to seventh on the run.
Yeah, and we had Simon, whatever his last name was, I can't think of it right now. We're switched, but what I was going to say is the big mover was Jonas Schomburg with that performance, just 3 points away from the lead at the Ironman Pro Series and jumped in front of Christian Blumenfeld. Amazing result from that athlete, and Jonas Hoffman moving up into the top 10 as well. But Schoenberg, again, this was an athlete just 6 weeks ago, hadn't done an Ironman and was just doing one for a training day.
Yeah, and again, we just read them off, but here is a printout version of our women's top 10 with our women's champion, Solveig Lovseth, at the top of the leaderboard. So our women, exceptional performances there. Qualifying slots to Lena Meissner, Emily Morier, and I believe Ann Reichman picks up that third spot on the women's side.
Yeah, and staying strong, Maya Stage Nielsen finishing in 6th place, and then big moves, Didi, for the series standings in the Ironman Pro Series. Ann Reichman get to the top of the list in front of Chloe Lane. 6,833 points.
Yep, she retakes the lead. She had it briefly, got knocked out, and back atop the leaderboard. And of course, Maya Stea Nielsen moves up 9 spots into 3rd place. And Enrique Gruper moves up 6 spots into the top 10.
Yep, so very impressive racing from those athletes to be able to move up the leaderboard as much as possible. And what a great area to be able to have such a race today. I mean, look at that, Didi. No better place to be.
Yeah, we've got the historic city of Venice just 50 minutes down the road, but this extraordinary beach resort community has been a fantastic host to all of our athletes today. The first time making its appearance in our pro series. It was a pro race back in 2022, but certainly left an impression, I think, for all of our athletes today in a city we will come back to again and again and again, we hope.
Oh, no doubt. And I think people watching are going to be excited to participate here at Venice-Jesolo whenever they have their opportunity as well. But again, such great racing. Got to feel a little bit for Rico Bogan, put himself out there, but that's what you got to do to get big results. And he's not going for the podium, he was going for the win today, and that was clear.
I think those are the chances when you get to that level that you've got to take those chances and play the cards that you've got. He was super aggressive on the bike. It didn't pan out on the run, but he's going to go back home, do some more homework, and I'm sure we'll see another iteration of Rico Bogan at his next race.
Yeah, I think you're right. And you know, he gave a carrot to create a race that was pretty chaotic at times behind, but you can see the cream rose to the top of that podium. And man, the women's race was so spectacular, seeing these athletes really just in a much more solo effort, a very different race than the men's race, really stretch themselves to be able to have these breakthrough performances. Kleiser, I think, counts as one of those breakthroughs with that run, 1:15.16, and then Morier obviously in 3rd and Meissner in 2nd place. Like, great performances.
And 2 women under the 4-hour barrier for a 70.3 racing is just exceptionally fast.
Yeah, it's crazy. So amazing racing from our women's side, and our men's side did a pretty good job as well. And there we go, our first stop in the Ironman Pro Series on the European soil is done. And what a great day it was, Didi. Started a little over 4 hours ago with the men running into the sea. There you go. It was a great race today. Awesome to see it. And thank you so much for tuning in to the 70.3 Venice-Jesolo. Watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in U.S. and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. And globally, watch the ProSeries.Ironman.com Ironman Try on YouTube channel or any other of our global distributors. I'm Matt Lieto for Didi Griesbauer. Thanks so much for tuning in.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.